Live. Hello. All right. Thank you for the confirmation. So, I'm just going to continue into it. so,
Debbie.
we are. Once upon a roll, we play Dungeons and Dragons, and that's what we normally do. However, today we're going to play Dungeons and Dragons. So, last we left off.
No.
Incredible.
How can
You
we-
guys returned from your mission into the Dominion. Returned to Pomona to Arx Bellatorus, the Warden base situated there. You're met with the legatus and some news, that being that changes were coming to the Wardens due to some, well, less than ideal circumstances. With. What? With the fight against the fiends, the battle in the Bloodlands seeming to not have, well, a resolution in sight as of yet. This skirmish, this battle, potentially seems to be shaping into more of a war. Not only that, but issues within the Wardens themselves, with the way that they have structured the organization, has led to, well, some amount of problems that are being addressed. You had left your meeting with the legatus with word that more would come the following day. Though for now, for the first time in a long time, you have a room and a bed to look forward to sleeping in. You have facilities available to you, comforts available to you that you haven't known for, well, some amount of weeks at this point. Probably over a month, I'd say, since you had last left Pomona for your mission south of Crescent Hold that took you over the border into the Dominion. So, as you get unpacked and resituated into your quarters within Arx Bellatorus in this Warden Fortress, is there any questions that anyone has, or is there anything that anyone wants to do before the following day comes and you are summoned?
Just to confirm, it's only been a day since we came back, right?
It
Renee?
is the same day that you have
Ah.
returned. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. So you are fresh back to Pomona.
Speaking of fresh, I think that, it'd be very good to get a little bit fresher. I mean, just before we go reading or crawling into a bed or anything like that.
You think so? I was thinking more, bringing our accomplishments with, so to say. I think I smell fine. Well,
I-
maybe I'm just used to it.
Don't want to bring my accomplishments with me. Absolutely not. I mean, sure, it's sort of like I think we've all gotten used to each other. I mean, it hasn't been that long since we were in that pond thing or whatever, but I suppose the stench could be a testament to your valor.
Was just joking, Persephone. I definitely want to take a shower.
I'm so relieved. I was so worried that maybe you really didn't.
Because he
I'm
was just
sure.
in the corner side-eyeing.
Fred's gonna lean in towards Persephone, like, kind of concealing, but in a very obvious manner, looking towards Ezekiel. If anyone needs to take a shower, it's him. I don't even think he takes showers regularly when he.
I mean, I haven't really stood downwind.
No. Of a. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna go. Take that shower. Bye.
You know what? I have a question. Would I have heard that with my egregiously large ears?
I mean, you're what were you side-eyeing them for? I assume you're eavesdropping on the
I
sisters
thought
as
we
they talk about bathing. I don't know why you're side-eyeing.
Whoa!
You weirdo.
No! I assume we were still walking out of like the I thought we were still walking out of like the HQ from the Legata stuff.
I don't think that it matters where you are.
No, the smell is there.
It always follows. Never
It
far
lingers.
behind.
It lingers. It's like a cloud around all of us, I'm sure, at this point.
Someone light a match, please.
Hey Ezekiel, you need to take a bath. You smell like sweat, dirt, and mayonnaise. It's disgusting.
Well, though that may be so, and I've been looking forward to a bath. I just want food after. I'm starved.
I think you guys are being so harsh on Ezekiel. He smells like teen spirit.
Maybe I do smell.
We all smell. It's not just any one of us. I mean, all of us. Unless someone's magically been. I have no idea how you'd remain not smelly in this situation.
You know, Melody has been awfully not smelly. Have you been keeping your illusory magic to yourself?
Well,
Have you
of
been
course, if
freshen enough
nobody
without
asked.
telling anyone?
I thought you guys were just liking the smell. It's not my fault.
For shame. I thought we smelled together as we battled together. No, for real though,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
know,
go to the
Ezekiel.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
I'm gonna, and with that, Ezekiel departs
Yep.
to the warden's communal bathing situation. I assume you spoke it into existence just now, I guess. So that's the.
Absolutely. They have nice like bathhouses.
You know, they have bathhouses, I guess. Nice. It's
Trust.
probably not the same quality that you could find out in the city, but you know, nice military style efficiency. It's enough to get some water and soap on you, let's say.
Yep, that's all that matters.
Alright, so you have the time and opportunity to bathe, get clean, fresh clothing, perhaps from your respective rooms. It is a little bit beyond. It's a little ways into the afternoon. You have time, to eat, relax for a bit, do other things should you wish. But you don't have the full day ahead of you. And so, after you guys get clean, get sort of back into the mindset that, okay, that was just a mission, the one mission, we're done with it. It's moving forward time now. We're back in Pomona, back in Arxpelatoris. What's next? So, is there anything that you guys want to do before the next day? The rest of the afternoon and evening is yours.
What's next for me is a short rest. I just want to lay down in my bed after having taken a shower and sleep and then eat soon after.
All right. Can you Roll a d20 for me, please.
How good is the sleep?
Hmm.
You could certainly try to sleep. Okay, rolling the. Is there any special
Nope, no bonus. Nope, just a
ramifications?
d20, please. Oh, ramifications, absolutely. There are special
Whoa,
ramifications
whoa,
always, but
4.
4.
Okay, there we go. I got a 6. No, I
Okay.
rolled 4 d20s. I guess
Yeah, that's
technically the first
not
roll
what
was a
I asked.
16. Yeah,
That's
no.
not what I
I
asked.
I
So,
had it up from I think like a big spell or something. I don't know.
what kind of spell has you rolling 4 d20s?
You're asking me, and I have no clue.
So you talking like is this like a
Scorching
meteor
ray.
or scorching?
Heat.
Scorching
Oh,
ray.
it was scorching rays. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's not damage. What's up, Persephone?
Oh, I was just gonna say you could be trying to roll like just 2d20s and accidentally have the advantage thing clicked, and then you would roll.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Why
Oh,
would you
yeah, that
be
not
was.
that
rolling
crazy.
2 d20s?
'Cause
Anyway,
for
did you say
defense you
6?
advantage.
Yeah, the first one of the 4 was 16, but I'm gonna go with the single one, so it's 6.
Okay, sounds good. Moving right along.
I get shit sleep. Lit.
No, you get pretty good sleep. You just don't wake up until the following day. You get really good sleep.
Whoa!
You go there, I'm just gonna take a nap, and you end up just taking a sleep. Your short rest becomes a long rest. And you're gonna wake up
One of
even
the-
hungrier than before. Wake up ravenous,
Yeah,
but needing to go to this meeting thing.
it's one of those like almost dementiated sleeps where you wake up. Where am I?
Where am I? What time is it? Is it? Fuck. What day is it?
Well,
It's that
before we.
30-minute nap that turns into 8 hours, and you're like, oof.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. My hand, like, I look as my eyes open, my hand just slowly goes down my face. Oh, oh God. I
All
can't
right.
wake it.
Well,
It's
that's
midnight.
it's
All right, and that's it.
it's midnight. Wait, no, that says noon. What?
No. What time is it?
Me IRL.
Anybody else?
I mean, it's been a really long time since I've been in a workshop, and I can't see not going to one because, I miss it, and it's been so long, and I barely got to check it out the first time we were here. So,
I the heat of the workshop, the smell of smelting ores, all of the familiar senses that you had been used to in your old comfort zones. And see the tools. You've been in here before, like you said, not too often. You haven't done any large projects within the Pomona, the smithy. Though you have had enough time to have some amount of ideas. And so you walk into the area, it's being maintained. It doesn't look like any serious work is actively being done. There are a team of blacksmiths that are hammering out what looks to be just standard arms and wares. Swords, sheets of metal that will be reformed into armor. No exciting projects going on. Nothing that you wouldn't consider standard.
right, so let's get some not so standard stuff going.
All right. What are you doing?
Oh, I want to see what kind of different components I could, chemicals like that interact with the metals and such, and see if I could mess around with one of the strands of Kieran fur that I'd collected.
Okay. Let's go ahead and make an investigation check. Well, just a straight intelligence check, actually. D20 plus intelligence.
That's 13.
All right. So that's how you spend the rest of your Persephone, trying to discern the nature of, well, not just the nature of this celestial hair that you have, but how it might react to certain things. Maybe if you could potentially incorporate it into your into anything, the same way that you and the others have incorporated these fiendish components into their weapons and gear and various items as well. Certainly, there is some potential to, celestial parts as well. There must be, and that is the hunch that you are working to dive deeper into.
Sounds good.
Mm.
Precisely what I had in mind.
Bishop Azul, Melody Frederica, anything specific or just?
I think for Fred, she, you know what? I don't know what. I'm so used to always doing something every day, whether it's catching something or hiding from something or being in a chase or worried I'm going to get into a fight. And now I can't do that. And I probably should learn how to relax,
Reacclimate.
something like that.
Well,
Yeah, react.
Read something.
But I think I should learn how to meditate, even in a very. Yes, I do not want to go to the training ground. I instead want to place myself in the busiest portion.
Read something.
I guess the grounds.
Okay. So, pretty close to the entrance where a lot of people are coming and going, a lot of goods, materials are entering, leaving, kind of around where the quartermaster and his underlings work, sorting out a bunch of stuff. The ornery dwarven quartermaster shouting out orders and berating anyone who puts something in the wrong place, etc. Would
I'm gonna
be, I would say
all
that.
of it out and kind of like and try my best to meditate. Like listen to the sounds, but not really listen. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like fortifying the mind or something. I heard something about that. I don't know what that means, but I can try to forge my mind. Maybe I can not be under its effects later.
Sure.
I say
Go
out
ahead and
loud.
make a
No one-
wisdom check. Do you say out loud to you? You just sit down, just unconcerned by the occasional odd look that you get sitting down in a place that normally people don't sit down at. Just a little bit out of the way, but also close enough to be.
Torsay.
Yeah. So, you do your best to block out all of this noise, and while you're not able to block out everything, I mean, it's a lot. You generally are, especially recently, have been hyper aware of your surroundings and every little thing that's been going on, so it's hard to just turn that off. But you're able to, at the very minimum, not let it stop you from thinking other thoughts or thinking no thoughts. Concentrating on either what you want to focus on or just starting to blank your mind. You never quite achieve that just blank mind meditative zen, but you at least don't find yourself getting angry or upset with all of the noise and commotion, any asinine words that you hear being shouted or commands being said that don't make sense to you. You just let it go off your back, and breathe. The longer you sit there in the middle of all this chaotic whirlwind of activity, the easier it becomes for you to find this mental state that you're looking for. Hey! 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 And you feel a heavy foot nudging your leg.
Fred will open her eyes and
Standing there with his arms crossed is the dwarven quartermaster. Any reason you're choosing to take your little whatever this is right here?
Huh. I don't know. I'm forging the mind.
You can see him taken a little bit aback by that answer. He starts to respond, but then the words catch in his throat as,
Did you need something? Do you need help with anything? Any lifting?
well, if you're... I was going to say, if you were going to hang around here, you could at least put yourself to work, but if you're offering, well, that doesn't really feel the same.
You're funny. What did you need help with? It's fine.
Could always use a hand, and he gives you a little
Fred offers her hand.
little
a
smirk.
handshake.
Ah, yeah. She shakes your hand and pulls you up to your feet. As part of it, and in a less disgruntled way than he talks to those that are in his area of responsibility, gives you an almost imperceptible smirk from behind the thick beard and mustache, and points you in the direction to help unload carts, stock crates, and all of that. It's a solid amount of moving and working out, and it's something that kind of takes you back a bit. This is the kind of stuff that you did before you had made your way down to Twin Hills with your sister, back when you and her had stowed away and followed Frank to her first station with the Wardens. This is almost exactly the same kind of work that you were doing there, though the scale is much larger here. Back then, or at least in the other camp, it wasn't nearly as scaled up or organized as what the ship this dwarf is running.
Fred was taken aback. She momentarily thinks about Frank, but then it quickly transitions into what her strength was like then. Compare it now, so she's just gonna go dash. She already knows kind of what to do, so she's just gonna do it to the best of her ability. Kind of like a competition, but except no one knows it's a competition, but she wants to be the best at it. So.
All right. Well, in this competitive mindset, trying to figure out how to gauge whether or not you are actually doing better than others, go ahead and make a strength check. You may also rage if you wish.
Yeah, with passion.
With passion, are you gonna roll a d8 though? Okay. Do you have to roll a d8 every time you rage? Is it a choice?
Question, I don't know, but I mean, I'm always down. Shit,
I'm
RNG
always down.
rolls.
I just absolutely going to roll a d8. Well, I actually try to find out whether or not it's mandatory or not, because that's something good to know, I suppose.
Oh shit, a 3. A 3. Quickly Google. Yes.
Quickly Google some 3 wild magic barbarian rage chart.
Oh my god, I get my flump! Do I need
No,
to make
you don't have a
anything
choice.
explode? Oh, I don't have a choice. Well, then I can place my flump anywhere. Appears within 5.
One creature of your choice. So within somebody. And it does.
Gosh. I don't want anyone to take force damage. Where's
Is it
Ezekiel?
yourself then? You are. Where's Ezekiel? Can I see Ezekiel from here?
Yes.
No, unfortunately, Ezekiel is
It
sleeping.
perpetuates your rage, right?
Hell yeah.
She only has to use it the first time. And you can also be a creature that you can see. But it doesn't have
trying to
to.
think if there's
There
a
are
way
plenty
I
of people.
Oh, people!
There are plenty of people around. Yeah.
I have to use it on a person.
So you see it? Yeah. So you get into this like competitive, passionate, emotive state, and unconsciously, without you're able to control it or anything like that, suddenly you are aware that this flump appears next to someone who's currently unloading a cart, and you're like, "Oh shit!" You know exactly what that means.
Yo,
Within, there's like only a few seconds left. Only a few seconds left until you have until the end of your turn. What are you doing?
I'm telling them to think fast.
Think
I
fast.
don't know. I can't think.
So it's 20 feet away from you.
Move.
He looks over at you as a head, like the crate's holding a heavy thing. He looks at you like wildly waving your hands and gives you a confused look. Are you talking to me?
Just watch out. Question mark.
So he's like 20 feet away from you. You still have movement and such. You could chase him down if
Push
you
him?
wish.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh. Yeah, I'll move him out of my flump. Fuck it.
Alright, so yeah, you rush at this guy who has no means of defending himself. His arms are full of the crate. Doesn't expect you
That's his
to do
fault.
anything hostile. Yeah, it doesn't expect you to do anything hostile to him. But you crash into him and push him back 5-10 feet. He hits the ground. The stuff he's carrying is thrown from his hand, and the crate tumbles another few feet. You can hear the wood splintering a bit. The crate doesn't burst open, but it might need some work before it's used again. And oh, what the heck? And then boom, behind you, the explosion of the flump, and you can see his eyes go wide, looking up over past your shoulder to that explosion that had just happened mere feet away from where he was moments ago. A small crowd begins to form around the disturbance, including the dwarven quartermaster who pushes his way through. What the hell was that? You dropped something! He looks at the crate, looks down to the two of you.
I'm gonna try to play it off. Number 1 rule or something of Warden: always be on guard, and I'm gonna help him up.
He accepts your hand and
Sorry about that. I got a little bit too excited about helping and happened, but yeah, you should always be on guard. So technically, it's not my fault or something. I'm sorry.
make a persuasion deception check. I'm sorry? Question mark. You know what? Your apology. But let's see. Let's see. Made a good impression with this guy and just immediately take it back. All right.
fucking one.
What?
I'm in a +1.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's a change. Okay, 17.
I'd appreciate it if you saved your lessons for when I don't need them to be doing work. What are you all standing around for? Get this mess cleaned up and get back to it. We have shit to do.
And it will get done and no more lessons. Understood. Got it.
Yeah. And he walks away as the man that you had tackled away from your exploding flump dusts himself off and goes over to the crate to start seeing if its structural integrity is such that he can continue moving. He looks back to you. What exactly was that? Is that... Where did...
It's a just tactical military-esque grid. A
She says as
specialty
she's
of
slowly
mine.
walking away. And you know what? I suppose no harm, no foul. Haven't seen you around here. You're new to the working with our lovely quartermaster here.
Oh, I haven't been around, I guess. Sort of. I knew, not really. I mean, a little bit. We're a part of the Phoenix group. By we, I mean me, and we is everywhere else.
So you're not. So you're not. You don't actually. Okay, I thought you were new to, this world, but you're actually one of the ones that goes out, huh? That's... He shakes his head. It almost does make sense, I suppose. That thing that happened there, then? I guess. I don't know.
What do you mean?
Uh,
You don't also go out?
N-
Like, you know?
No,
Oh.
well, not everyone that's in the Wardens is a fighter. We have, our quartermasters and storemen and the logistical team, and that's everyone you see around here. That's their lives. Most of us come from Pomona and found this work when the Wardens moved in.
Just process. Oh, that's no, you are right. I guess it's a little I guess I'm still acclimating back. I just assumed, but I mean, I'm familiar with this work. That's why I'm offering help. I might as well do something than nothing, you know?
Oh, I appreciate it. It's not often that the those in your position stop by for anything other than when they need something. So, and an extra pair of hands never hurts, especially an extra body to soak up the quartermaster's uh, outbursts. Speaking of, I should probably get back to that before he sees me standing around for more than a couple of seconds.
Oh, I didn't mean to distract you from your work. I will also help until I guess I'm needed elsewhere. So, if you need anything, bring or lifting, or well, if you need me to beat someone up too, well,
Yeah,
maybe debatable. My name's Fred.
uh, nice to meet you. It's Phil.
What?
Phil. My name.
Phil,
Fred.
Phil.
Yes.
Ah, Phil.
Fred is. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. All right, well, get back to work, or else I'm going to tell on you.
No, don't do that. And he gets back to work, and you continue your work. And judging by the amount of times that the dwarf stops you to yell at you compared to on average, it seems like you're doing a pretty good job. You have less reprimandings than anyone else.
Hell yeah. That's what I like.
All right. Bishop, Azul, Melody. Anything you want to do? Anyone you wish to speak to?
I'm alright.
All right.
Well, as I was traveling back to Pomona, I was trying to work out ways to improve my combat, and
Mm-hmm.
I realized that I need to be more efficient. I can't slash, shoot, or slash, shoot, shoot. I have to slash and shoot at the same time. So I started scribbling on I started looking back at my notes and my scribbles, and I realized that I have to have somehow solder my gun to my sword. But that wouldn't work. I would have to create some sort of complex pulley system, and it would just make it more inefficient. So I realized that my vision is going to have to take some learning and work. So I'm going to try to look for maybe um, somewhere where I can learn more about complex uh, metalworking techniques to start off with. I'm not really sure what I'm looking for at first, but I want to make this thing happen, and I think I need to get smarter before I just go in and break my sword and gun and have nothing.
All right. So you're heading in the area of the workshop as well?
Workshop, yeah, but if there's any sort of like, books, things that I can read as well, of course, it's always good to get input from fellow people in the workshop. That's always good, but I'm
Yeah.
really trying to figure out how to make this work, and I don't know what direction to go in yet, but I want to make it happen.
All right. So heading to the workshop, first place to start. Not sure if they have a library on metalworking, but if anyone would know, it would probably be the ones that work with this probably day in, day out. So you head into the workshop and you see very much the same things that Persephone had seen, as with the exception that you also see Persephone. See her at a table off to the side, not currently hammering away at anything, but with a slew of various materials laid out in front of her. And you can see her kind of maybe talking to herself or mouthing something under her breath as she looks and points to many things as if she's calculating which to combine, thinking what might be something to do with them. Look around, it doesn't look like any. You've been in the workshop before. You don't see anyone that you would consider like a master. You've met the person that has run this before. You've met Gwendolyn, the kind of sort of crazed golem smith, and those are people that you would consider to be ones who would understand the metalworking on the level that you would like advice from. These are just more sort of apprentice level blacksmiths, just churning out your standard arms and armaments.
Okay. Well, first, since I noticed Persephone, I mean, I would at least go up and say hi to her, and kind of see what she's up to. Maybe bounce some ideas before I go looks for someone like Gwendolyn, perhaps. That's also someone I probably want to seek out. Hey, how you doing, Persephone? Uh, I'm not surprised seeing you here, but what you working on, or what you trying to do?
What does it mean? It doesn't really react the way I expect it to. But I mean, it's not a fiend. Oh, hello. I just have, well, it's a strand of the Kieran's mane or fur, something. I'm not really sure. But we found it when we were looking for it. So I was just trying to see, like, what kind of, because I've been able to extract power from bits of fiend, maybe I could do something similar with this if I could find the right, uh,
Mm,
formula.
catalyst?
Maybe a catalyst. Yeah, yeah. Um, hmm. So what brings you in?
Well, you see, I I need to be able to do more on the battlefield. I'm trying to shoot, I'm trying to slash. I need to do them at the same time. I think it's just gonna be better. And
Oh, are you sure? That looks funny in my head as I'm picturing it. Looks
it'll
like
not.
maybe you'd fall over.
Yeah,
I'm
not.
not sure though.
Uh,
How would you aim? Wouldn't your aim be very inaccurate that way? Or are you talking about one thing combined into like two things into one?
well, the way I see it, if I'm hitting them with the thing I'm shooting them with, then I don't have to aim that much. Uh, but you make a good
Oh,
point. But the point is, I need to do more, and I, I, I'm not sure if I'm not sure what to do. I mean, it definitely, like you said, it seems silly. How am I supposed to make this what I have work right now? It just doesn't make sense. I think I'd end up breaking the thing or just making it worse. Uh, but there has to be a way, right?
so are you thinking of, you know, shooting tiny swords or what
um,
kind of, or like actually still like different projectiles and the blade is like on the gun somehow?
something like that. Yeah, definitely not shooting swords. I, I'm not sure how that would work, but I'm not sure right now. But I mean, I would think it would be something like what I do now. Um, but I'm not even sure if that works, and I mean, I'm not even sure if tack is what I should go for. I mean, um, it's been a little unstable as we've seen in the past, and I mean, it sucks to have
Um,
my gun not work, but imagine my sword doesn't work. That's gonna be just and my gun at the same time. I mean, I don't know how that's gonna be. Just I'm not very good at hand-to-hand combat, is what I'm trying to say.
okay, so like we busted those metal things off that fellow with very tiny amount of tack. Seems like it might be too volatile for, swinging a sword and impacting. The whole thing would blow up, don't
Yeah,
you think?
that's what that's what I think. Yeah.
Right, so maybe you need other means, like maybe closer to what I've been using, like finding ways to extract energy from um things.
Yeah,
Basic, you
that
know.
sounds like it could work. Yeah, energy. Um, I mean, it's maybe something I can harness from our materials and maybe from myself. I mean, I have started to dabble in magic and arcane things, but it's still very. I mean, it's very basic, but maybe that could be it. I mean, do you know if there's like a library, or I mean, I don't even know if this is something we could read about. I mean, this is just. I mean, maybe we're just
Library? I
going
didn't
into.
even really. I haven't been to one in age. There's probably one. We should go find the library. Yes, let me just clean this up. I haven't been to there's got to be one, right? I mean, I haven't been to it, but sorry, I'm a little excited.
No, that's fine. I mean, it's just yeah, we two people trying to learn. Yeah, that's good, right?
Books, I haven't been in a room full of books since, well, I guess the Gators had a few, maybe, but, and there really aren't books around here. But yeah, here, let me just put my things away, and then, you know, I'm sure one of these people might know if there's a library around. There has to be, right? This is a pretty big town, city, whatever.
But yeah, I would think so. I mean, I would think there's a library, and I mean, I don't know if there's one that even the wardens have, but I'm willing to try anything at this point. I mean, something's got to make this work, and it has to be better than what I'm thinking, because I know what I'm thinking is not going to work.
Right. So let's find our way there. Let's see if anybody here knows, and then
Yeah, let's ask some people. I mean, I guess I'll walk up to the general workshop attendant person. I don't know.
There's people working in the smithy. There's no like receptionist to the blacksmith.
let's go bother them. Be like,
Hi, welcome to
"Hey,
the smithy.
I know you're busy.
Do you have an appointment? Who are you here to see? Oh, Anvil number 3. He's booked for the day. Sorry.
Cheryl, what did you get here?
Oh, you know, your needs are the wardens and whatnot. You go where you're needed.
I'm sorry.
Demoted from
Demoted.
Demoted. Oh my god.
demoted from like overseer to receptionist
To the blacksmith.
to the blacksmith. I remember seeing over people. Now I just see over the anvils. It's not bad work.
It's not bad. It's like they invented the position just to stick someone in, like, you know.
It's ceremonial.
It's of great importance.
It's of great importance.
The grand cabal of this and that.
So anyways, that's not a thing. So there's no blacksmith receptionist.
Are you sure? You're very
I'm
God
sure.
damn it all.
Damn. There goes my job.
Yeah, right? Jeez. My aspirations.
How else can I make a quick buck with
Right.
a 9 to 5?
All right, so then we're just bothering people in the.
Yes,
I mean,
of course.
yeah.
Like, I know you're busy, but you have to know if there's a library around.
All right, the sweaty, soot-stained smiths. Walk up to one of them as he's in the middle of hammering out some red-hot steel. Tink, tink, tink.
I don't think he heard you.
Wow, that's amazing. That was a nice shot there. Good, confident. Yes. Do you know if there's a library around?
Oh, library. Sure there's one in the city. I wouldn't know. Not much use for books myself.
Thank you. So I'll have to ask
Looks-
someone else.
Huh?
I said, I guess we'll have to ask someone else.
Okay.
Does anybody know if there's a library? I shout.
So, get looks from the ones working, and so they look at you, look to each other, a little bit of a perplexed face. One stops his work and walks up to you, blacksmithing apron, all covered in grime and soot, and if you're looking for a library, there's one, I guess, near the center of the city. Not going to find one here in Nox Bellatorus. More of a records retention room than a library. It's not exactly open to just anyone walking in.
The library or the records?
The records, the library is, well, also not exactly open to the public. I mean, it's not exactly something that the public needs access to, right? I mean, you got to know how to read to be able to utilize a library, after all.
Huh. But, we could get access, right?
Probably depends on what it's for, with the proper permissions. Absolutely, I'd imagine so.
Huh. Well, it's worth a shot, right?
At least a visit, to see what possibly we could need, what could grant us access.
Yeah, I mean that seems worth a shot. I could try to research my thing. You could try to research your thing. Maybe find a way to, you know, yeah. Let's try it.
Thank you for letting us know the general direction to go. And that there is one. Appreciate it greatly.
He nods and heads back, and over the kind of through the clanging of hammer onto anvil, you hear what sounds like a dull thud, like a faraway explosion from outside of the smithy. The smithy is mostly outside, but
You heard that, right? I'm not crazy. That sounded like an explosion, right?
An explosion, we should see. I mean, we should see what that is. Go check it out for purposes that are totally not just to see what exploded.
Pardon my giddiness.
you guys head out and look in the direction, and across the courtyard you can see the aftermath of Frederica's flump, her seemingly pinning down a unsuspecting worker.
Is he cute?
Just
Like, do we give a thumbs up or do I shake my head?
make a perception check.
I do not approve.
Stephanie does not approve.
Seriously, that's your type?
Is it 15?
It's a 15.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, he seems like nothing it's different than the type of boys that you and Frederica were used to growing up, the sons of either noblemen or other political figures that would attend these gatherings and dinners and parties that you had so attended. It's not regal or handsome in that. Like, he's more akin to like one of the ones that you expect to see running the stables, tending the horses, or driving the carts. Not exactly, not unattractive by any means, but, a little dirt under the fingernails, hair kind of unkempt, maybe because of the, before mentioned explosion and subsequent tackling, but you are also a courtyard away, but by the time you get this good look, Frederica has dismounted the unsuspecting man and helped him to his feet.
Okay. Well, I'm still waving and nodding and giving a thumbs up. Even if she, I'm not going to do anything crazy. Can I do something crazy? Let me see.
Hmm.
And while she's doing that, I'm probably just kind of giving her a very awkward like wave, like concerned, maybe like, huh, what's going on? Do I want to be associated with this right now? Type of thing. Like,
Would it be like one of those like finger wags?
No, no, no.
no, not a finger wag.
No, like you.
Papa Bishop disapproves.
You know what? I didn't mean that, but now I mean.
Oh my god.
Do I see them doing this? Or is it like from behind?
um, it would
It's like, hey,
be.
shout again.
Hey, shout again.
Shout
It would
louder.
be out, like, if anything, it would be out of your peripheral. It wouldn't be something that's like directly in your line of sight. They would have to get your attention for you to see it, because you're focused on, well, you've just tackled this guy out of way of one of your flump explosions, and more focused
Ain't
on
nobody
that,
got hurt.
and yeah. So as you're waving and thumbs upping Persephone, you notice that the small crowd of other works gathered around uh, the commotion, and soon after you can hear the disgruntled yelling, shouting of the dwarven quartermaster.
Oh,
Seems something that might need to be pocketed for a later conversation with your sister.
maybe not shout then.
However, after a moment, you and Bishop turn to each other and are about to continue your search for this library or information about it, when you hear an even louder explosion from closer by, just beyond the blacksmithy behind you, followed by this plume of black smoke that rises into the air and dissipates into a small wisp of black smoke.
Explosions.
What now? All right, let's go see it.
As you get closer, before you even lay eyes, the sound of a door opening and then slamming shut, and you hear the voice. Nothing to see here. Go away. Just go away. It's fine. Everything is fine. You turn the corner to see I guess you've been in before. It was the workshop that Gwendolyn herself uses sort of privately for her own experiments. That's nearby the main smithy, but also a separate encapsulated space. You can see her face is covered in dark silt, except for like sort of raccoon area, like a reverse raccoon area around the eyes where her goggles were that have been pulled back. And she's standing with her arms out, her back to the door, the entrance to this workshop of hers, and waving away anyone that is coming by.
That looks exciting.
Doesn't seem like she's all right.
Well, yeah, I should. Yes, you're all right.
As everyone kind of that has come by either like shakes their head, used to this type of crap from her before, but as you see her seem to think that she's alone again, a small mischievous grin creeps onto her face, that sort of manic twinkle in her eye that you had seen before when she was trying to get her iron golem to fight with you guys. And oh, that was fun. Anyways,
So we're gonna snoop at what she's doing, right? Right, Percy? Me,
Of course. I mean, I'm curious. I want to know what kind of. I mean, that was a pretty impressive explosion. Be very good to know the components involved to not mix them in that exact way, or maybe in a big way.
yeah, I mean, there's no way I'm gonna be able to do anything else if I don't find out what this is. Jesus. All right.
Her wild tangle of hair is partially singed. You can see that some of her, like the legs of her pants, one of them is torn. Her entire attire is a patchwork of different pieces of cloth or clothing that has been seemingly torn, burnt, fixed, stitched up many times over, and she's examining that new hole around her knee, and it's like, to find something for that too now, I guess. No matter, that's fine. I know exactly what's gonna go on you, and she says as she slaps her knee. Are you waiting for her to go back in, or what are you guys doing?
Mm, no, I'm too excited. I'll just run up to her and be like, "Hello, that was incredible sounding. What was it?"
It's you. Hi, she says, raising a hand to wave at you, the hand that's missing a ring finger.
Hello, I wave back as I'm still approaching.
Mm-hmm. Good.
We had to
Well-
see what you're working on.
Oh, nothing at all, of course.
Oh,
Unable to hide her smile.
show, now.
Come on, quick. She ushers the two of you in and closes the door behind her. You walk into the enclosed space that's not exactly the largest of areas, and it's still mostly smoky from whatever had happened in here. She closes the door behind her and bolts it shut. As she's walking past you, waving the smoke out of the way as it slowly filters out of the. You look around Bishop, Persephone, and Bishop. You could see that there is some training dummies set up at one side of the room, made of straw and rags, basically. And you can see that one of them is the straw is still smoldering, burnt, and also like a large chunk of the dummy is just gone.
So, like the
Hmm?
straw dummy, like there's a chunk of it missing. That's what you said.
Yeah, there's a chunk of it missing. Like an entire arm portion of the torso is just like carved out.
Ah, all right.
It's been either burned or blasted away. He walks up and she walks away from you over to the other side of the room on the opposite side of where these training dummies are set up. And I've been quite busy since you left last, since we spoke last. Can't quite figure it out, though. Can't quite figure it out. Gotten close. Maybe. Probably not. But it's been fun along the way. And she clears smoke around and guides you guys closer as the does start to sting your eyes a bit. And you can see what looks like the metal arm of the iron golem from the elbow down, mounted and secured to something to affix it, with the hand pointing towards the rest of the training dummies. At the wrist, where it would extend into the hand or claw of the iron golem, instead that's completely missing and is just a mangled mess of metal. Like the metal at that joint has been blown off, curled back like it's been exploded.
Oh, a projectile? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yes, sort of. You see, last when you came back here, and you showed me that wonderful thing of yours. I was like, I have to find a way to put it into my baby, right? To put it into my lovely golem, and I've been trying to do that, but I can't seem to get the. Well, obviously something's not quite right yet, but
Oh, tech is very volatile. It takes very little to make huge explosions.
it's not just the volatility of it is just one. There's also the amount of the housing, the I suppose the tube, the how you want to say it, like the delivery method of the projectile. It has to be the right diameter, the right length. Otherwise, well, there's a lot to go into it, and obviously the materials there are. I mean, this stuff. I don't know how. I mean, it's better than the first time. I'll tell you.
Right.
She describes how basically she's trying to give her golem a gun arm, is more or less what she's doing.
How big is what you're trying to shoot? I mean, that's quite a big hole.
I mean, I figured that like could make something in the same scale as yours, maybe, but why not scale it up a bit? Bigger is better.
Better. So you're trying to put a really big gun into the arm of the golem.
More or less, yes. Ideally, perhaps one of each. It wouldn't be quite like yours. Yours is more, well, yours is able to be quicker. You'd be able to put more of those projectiles. What I forget what you called them, out more than that. So I figured, if I wasn't able to be quick with it, should be the ones that I do get out should pack a punch. So I was trying to go bigger.
Okay, bigger bullets. I think that's the word you're looking for.
Bigger bullets, better person.
Huh. Better golem.
Better golem, exactly. Bigger bullets, better golem. I like that. You just come up with that. Anyways, so obviously there's something that I'm not quite getting here. I've gone through a number of golem arms.
Perhaps you've gone too big. You would need either to be longer or,
Longer.
shorter, maybe.
Longer arms. Longer arms. Shorter arms. That's interesting. What would the length of the arm? And she starts to, with her finger on a nearby, draw diagrams in the soot. And basically starts to theorize what the effects of longer or shorter barrels, essentially, the effects that they would have on the projectiles.
See, because his has, it's handheld. It's got a shorter barrel and smaller bullets, but it works. It doesn't explode in his hand. So you have to, account for that.
Yep, that's about right. I mean, so definitely longer arm, maybe smaller bullets, a lot smaller. Maybe you could do smaller but more. I don't know. But probably what you're doing is just too much for the arm to handle.
Wonder how it would affect accuracy. It seems like, well, obviously, this tech is pretty volatile, as you said, and pretty difficult to contain. Maybe a shorter arm would be. Well, a shorter arm would probably not. It would allow the expulsion of energy to dissipate quicker. It wouldn't contain it to the arm as much as a longer one would, though that does seem to trade off the amount of power, as you're not containing that explosion and propulsion into the barrel and in converting it into the bullet and into your enemies. So there are certainly trade-offs that are being made, yes.
So we were actually, maybe, if you don't mind me mentioning it, Bishop,
No. I mean, that's fine. You can.
looking for alternate ways to propel, bullets. Maybe not tack, maybe something more energy related.
Depends on what you're talking about. Energy related. I mean, you can propel things by, throwing them, catapulting them, or trebuchet. It seems like those would be maybe a step back from the level of technology that you currently have available to you. But a wrist-mounted trebuchet. That's an idea.
Like- no, I mean like my gauntlet.
Like the Gulamon, you wish to. You want to wear your gun?
No, not to wear. I think he wants to combine it with a sword.
Yeah, just a way for maybe to do both at the same
That
time.
might be dangerous. I mean, if you're willing to go through a number of guns and swords to find the right balance, I'm sure it's possible. I haven't found the balance myself yet, but I mean, can't exactly just. I mean, I suppose you could just adhere one to the other, but I don't know if that's exactly what you're talking about.
No,
Hmm.
I don't think. I think that
No.
would make it worse. And
I do believe that this tack might be once the ratios are figured out, might be better suited for larger scale things. And I know how it sounds coming from me, but I do believe that's my objective take, that there must be a better way to do what you do at a smaller scale than with such a unpredictable element. So if we're talking about methods that historically people have used to shoot things, well, there's, you have your bows, your crossbows, things like that. That seems a bit clunky to put on a sword. The only other, on a sword, it doesn't really solve your problem. Seems like it would be the same as just adhering your gun to it, which you don't want to do. So, I mean, there's magic. That's a bit out of my specialty, though I dabble time to time.
Well,
I don't know
yeah,
if that's what you're talking
I
about.
suppose that's, it's, yeah, I guess magic works. It just sort of,
It would give you a more consistent. Once you figure it out, of course. I don't believe that there's much that I know. I mean, there are fairly rudimentary spells that allow for the transference of kinetic energy into objects. Those are not too uncommon as far as my understanding goes. Maybe start there?
It's worth a shot. Yeah. I think that might be what I'm looking for, because definitely tack is it's good, but it's thinking it.
volatile.
Yeah, it's too volatile, and
And if you go with magic, well, that certainly cuts down on the wear of your arms as well. I mean, even if you find the right amount of tack to use, it can only survive so many pulls of the trigger.
yeah, it's my thinking exactly, and Yeah, on the battlefield, if something goes wrong, I mean, having your primary weapon just, blow up like this, I mean, that's just not, I mean, it's not good, right? Um, so yeah, something more efficient, something that is
Yes.
hopefully better, and we can save tack for the larger scale things. Um, I'm not sure if I told you about this, but we did once make something that seemed like a large explosive projectile. We kind of threw
So
it.
I don't think we did. Did we throw it? Just do I have
Well,
it?
no, well, not that one. That one's still experimental. The one that Fred threw.
Oh right, that one. That was great.
Yeah, that worked pretty good. Maybe that's what you need for your golem. Hmm. Maybe it won't work though. I'm not sure.
Ooh,
I mean,
ooh.
just having the golem throw a hunk attack, it's not really as. You're probably right, she says, putting her head in her hand as she realizes that, the golem can probably just throw a grenade and doesn't have to have a cannon arm.
Hey,
What we're working on is. Go ahead.
oh no, no, I'm sorry. I don't want to take her inspiration. I mean, definitely work on the golem gun, but I mean, it doesn't hurt to have options, right?
Maybe you could have both. No reason why not to, right? Except potential volatility of it, and if you get hit hard enough, it could explode. You know, but otherwise. Oh, and also, I've just realized that, I'd have to reverse engineer my gauntlets. And then maybe it would work, because you said you've been dabbling in the arcane, so instead of extracting energy, they need to, release energy, right? So we just have to create that and affix it to a sword. And that'd be good, right?
Huh? She looks up at you. She was distracted drawing stuff on the table in the soot.
Oh, my gauntlets, they extract magic or energy, whatever you want to call it, from things, and then I use it for other purposes. But what he needs is the opposite. He needs to reverse engineer my gauntlets so that it expels energy. Magic.
Ah.
Whatever.
There's already plenty of things out there that store and contain magic for later use. I mean, things like um, any sort of really magic item that those practitioners of the arcane can utilize to store their spells in. Things that, like wards or glyphs that can be used to trigger upon certain prerequisites being met. They certainly exist.
Do you suppose maybe because of his knowledge of rifts and the key that Saul might actually be really helpful here? I mean, he did help you with some of the magical bits of things I've created, but what do you think?
I, yeah, I think that's good. I mean, it looks like we're going down a really magical path, and to be honest with you, I don't understand half of the things you just said in the last couple of minutes. So, yeah, I mean, uh, yeah, Azul would be good to consult. Yeah.
She's again distracted, her finger black with soot as she's drawing blueprints and diagrams for a wrist-mounted trebuchet.
Oh my god.
Remember, you've got a lot going on in here. I'm going to just kind of tap her on the head. It's important. Keep that safe. Got it?
Yeah, got it. I guess. Not sure
Your
what you mean, but
your head.
it's fine.
Don't
Oh,
explode yourself, okay? You need to be.
I
That's all.
won't do that. I won't do that again.
But again? Huh?
She just did it.
What?
I mean, that's fine. Don't worry about that. Um,
Maybe you need a helmet. Yes. I don't know. Or a wall to stand behind when you test things.
hmm.
Probably a good idea. A wall. Yep.
Or, stand outside the door the next time you fire.
They would be able to see it. That's
No,
that's
but you
half the.
peek.
That's a very important part of the process.
I know. I was just saying, like kind of hide behind the door a little. It could shield you. If you can't put a protective wall of some sort, to hide behind. Maybe you need magic, like a force field.
You're probably not wrong.
It's good though what you're doing. I support your research and your products. They're incredible. And now you're working on on trebuchet.
I
Anyway,
think that the mechanism to unleash it could be like a glove or something like that. That you use your fingers to press down on, the meat of your hand, and that unleashes the trebuchet, and that launches whatever it is you need to launch. The only thing is, well, you could have two of one on each wrist. Do you what? Well, what do you think? Are you trebuchet people or catapult people?
Neither.
I
Either
think
there isn't it. You cannot be either or both when you're talking about trebuchets and catapults.
okay, look, I think the arm cannon was just a much better design right now. I mean, but I happen to really like explosions too, so maybe I'm a little biased.
Forwarding the question. Typical catapult behavior, if you ask me.
What?
I mean, whatever causes the most damage in the situation, because situationally, one could be better than the other. Depends on the height of the wall.
Get out!
Goodbye.
Get out!
Still, don't explode yourself, as I'm seeing myself out.
Yeah, stay safe. What the hell was that? Jesus
She goes.
Christ.
You don't come between a girl and her trebuchets. I'm telling you. Trebuchets are clearly the superior feat of engineering.
You guys clearly didn't see the sign at the door. Catapult people, get out!
Yeah, we reserve the right to refuse service to anyone who prefers catapults over trebuchets.
No catapult people permitted past this area.
All right. So, you have a direction, it seems. One that may both be simple and complicated at the same time. It's magic, right? Once you figure it out, it should be consistent, but it's a matter of figuring it out. You're basically designing a spell for all intents and purposes. And for that, well, Bishop, you figure you need to get more familiar with magic in general than you currently are.
Mm-hmm.
So, did you say you were gonna find Azul, or are you guys going off to do, just research stuff, and that'll be that?
Well, I don't think it would hurt to pick Azul's brain, right? We always got the library, but I mean, it's good to talk to someone with hands-on experience.
Okay.
Right.
So while the two of you search for Azul, Melody, is there anything that you wish to be doing at this point in time? Ezekiel's sleeping, Frederica's working, Azul's
Um,
Azulin.
I would probably go find where Ezekiel is and kind of take a walk around Pomona since I haven't really been to a town for so long and maybe find a tavern somewhere or somewhere to buy drinks.
All right. Thankfully, Ezekiel, your short, long rest is interrupted by the pounding on your door and the increasingly irritated sounding melody. The long.
Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
Oh God, this is a nightmare.
You wake up in a pool of your own drool. Like, got that good sleep in. You're like, what?
Yeah.
Eggs and bacon? Is it breakfast?
I
Well,
missed the
you
whole
oversleep.
day.
You overslept by what you wanted to do. So
Yeah.
judging by the time of day, honestly, Melody might have saved you from. Melody, oddly enough, kept your own initial plans sort of in check.
Without me squandering my day.
Yeah, and actually being able to eat today before.
It's one of those.
I was so looking forward to you being starved, having to ask Bishop for rations and mayonnaise as
No.
you're waiting. This one more time, like even though surrounded by food in Pomona, but you still can't eat.
I find him at like the he's just like testing things out at the grindstone, and I just come up in like a nightcap. Can I have mayonnaise, please? No.
Please, sir.
Oh,
It's one of
Lord.
those rests, those naps where I wake up and I'm just like I feel completely out of it. I'm just like sweaty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know particularly when or where I am, but as everything comes back to me with the currently grating noise of I know you're in there. I I like wash up really quick, just splash some water from my tankard on my face. Um and I go open the door and some just regular clothes, not my actual normal attire.
Yeah,
I would like to
that's
think I'm
being
having them
washed.
cleaned. Yeah, they're
You're
being
having them
cleaned
clean.
since they are stinky and stained.
I mean, you don't
Yes.
have fucking maid. You'll get to them later. They're in the pile on.
Oh yeah. No, I passed out before I could actually clean them.
Yeah. All right.
Yes. I'm gonna open the door, just like slightly, not all the way,
Mm-hmm.
like an agitated neighbor.
The moment that you
Would you
just
like to
thrust the
hear?
door open, she forces the door open. You splat against the wall like a cartoon character. She grabs your wrist as you're still like in 2-dimensional paper form and just
Yeah, I get pulled off into 3D
is
shape again.
peeled. Yep, there you go. So, anyways, you open the door and there's Melody standing there. Ezekiel answers. He looks a bit groggy, he's still sleepy's in his eyes.
Wow, you sure are on a roll, Mayo. How are you feeling?
Mm,
Hmm.
slap.
Ezekiel's
What
stomach
time is
rumbles.
it?
Well, I'm glad you asked. It's time to go find some Pomona Mayo. Well, not really, but so I was thinking maybe we can walk around town and find some tavern somewhere. Maybe they have specials on mayo. Huh? Huh? And she kind of like just like nudges Ezekiel with her elbow.
Through the crack in the door.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
slightly ajar door.
She like angles herself like sideways, perpendicular with the door to slide just her elbow in. She can't really see what she's doing, but she managed to somehow just perfectly nudge you in the shoulder with her.
What time is it?
It is about 7-8 p.m.
Okay. Okay.
The night is young.
Ezekiel in his just like a basic white t-shirt and maybe some like brown slacks. comes out. All right. I mean, I'm hungry. I guess we can head out somewhere. Where were you thinking?
Well, I don't remember if last time you had a chance to look over at the taverns here, so I was thinking maybe let's just go find some place to drink for a bit and, you know, maybe they have sandwiches with mayo on the menu. You know what they say. You're the best thing since sliced bread, am I right?
I'm trying not to eat mayonnaise.
And
I'm
also,
gonna
what
lay
the
off of
fuck
it.
is sliced bread?
And
You're the best thing since, unsliced standard baked bread. It's never getting better than that.
why would you slice at the bread? What is like? Are you attacking it?
I attack you. Like,
I only eat my whole bread. I only
if I
pinch it
wanted a
off.
sandwich, like, who's gonna tell me? Who's gonna slice my bread for me? Tell me what the proper thickness and width of my slices of bread are. No, thank you.
They don't know me.
They don't know me. Once we hand over our choice to sliced bread at whatever width and thickness we want, they'll just take that. What's next? Those are our freedoms right there.
What are they gonna? They're gonna tell me how much butter I can put in my mashed potatoes. They're gonna
Mhm.
tell me the consistency of potato to butter next.
Yeah,
No,
no,
I
no.
think not. I won't stand for this we as a group thing. I need individuality on my food. Thank you very much.
Just big pastry, It's
I will not stand for Big Baker.
big
Give
baker.
me my right to bread just because I want.
It's big yeast is trying to control everything.
Not the
Big
yeast.
Truly, they're trying to rise up. I say we stop them.
I can't, bro.
Anyways, one moment. Let me grab my
Anyways,
vestments.
forgive me, Helm, for I have punned.
I have to do three hail helms before I leave. 1 second.
This is my punishment.
This is my punishment.
Punishment.
I have to cast light and look directly at it. No. I'm gonna grab
Just-
my vestments robe. Not my normal one. This is just a normal black kind of like
Just my out in town route.
yeah.
All right.
I'm wearing that. I got always gotta go everywhere with my book. My
Mm-hmm.
and I'm ready to hit the town.
All right.
Don't forget to bring your wallet. I mean, what?
Hmm?
You might
Hey.
need it.
I mean, yeah. I
Good. Just
I-
making sure. And she just grabs him by the arm and just pulls him out of the room. Let's go already.
you're not making me pay for you taking me out, right?
We'll see when we get there. So you are pulled out of the room. You guys leave Arxbellatoris into the city of Pomona. Your departure is noted by those at the entrance to the fortress. And, well, the night is fairly young. Ezekiel, the longer you're outside in the air, the more you gradually, wake up and realize that nap, did a nap in an actual bed did rest you up pretty well. For all of the doom and gloom going on in the Republic, for all that you have recently been through, the nightlife of Pomona. Pomona is still a bustling city. There's still plenty of light pouring out onto the streets from nearby taverns and saloons and other places of business that stay open after dark. number of people pass by. There are city guards and watches that patrol the streets and get people that might have had a few too many on their way.
You know, it is nice to be back in just normal, just a normal place.
Yeah, I agree. Kind of makes me feel like I miss home or something, you know? All the people here, just everybody just bustling and tussling around town.
What?
Hey,
Oh.
don't worry about me. I'm just thinking aloud. Anyways, so how are you feeling? Do you miss home or something? You know, what have you been up to? Hmm? She's just getting up in his face.
Well, uh, I mean, I slept. I I took a bath. I did my
Wait, you
normal.
slept and then took a bath? You don't take a bath and then slept? Order
You know
matters,
which way around I
Ezekiel.
did it.
No, I don't, because you didn't say it in that order. They're just bickering in the middle of
Mhm.
the freaking town. Just like everybody around, they're just bickering.
I mean, okay. I
Passing by, someone says, "What's that about? Arguing over order that you take a bath and sleep in the middle of the road? That's crazy." It's like, yeah, obviously you bathe first. Anyway, that's what? Are you serious? You bathe first, and they're walking away and
yeah.
continuing the argument as they do.
My left large elf ear twinges, and I just like shoot back a glance. I do bathe first. Anyways, I of course I miss home. But home is kind of forever changing. I'd do anything to, just for a day, maybe 2 or 3, just go back home and spend some time with my village. I miss everyone. And,
Yeah.
and let me tell you, the food.
The food? Wait a minute. Tell
The
me about the drinks. Don't
well,
tell me they have mayo flavored drinks. So I'm never
no,
visiting you
absolutely
again.
not. Absolutely not. Don't worry about that. That's disgusting. Mayo, mayo is merely a survival tactic, one that I find myself all too comfortable in. No, that my my dad would get concerned. We would, I mean, smallish village, you don't have more than what the yield of the farm gives you, so sometimes you got to make do with what you have, and um I would actually get found sleep eating. And you can guess what I was sleep eating. It was a reaction from my dad.
Oh my. uh,
uh Yeah, just I would wake up just covered in mayo.
Oh my god.
oh gosh.
I was but a wee lad, and just like hand knuckles, just some mayo left on it, smeared on my face. My dad would be waking me up. What are you doing, Ezekiel? You can't have that much mayonnaise. What are you doing at this time of night? Um, I'd have to take a bath. I miss my family. Um, it's a small town, a small village. It's not as intimidating as this is. But there's a charm to the city, I won't lie.
Oh gosh. Yeah, it sounds like it, Ezek. I'm sorry that you miss home. And she kind of murmurs underneath her breath. He does sleep before he showers. My gosh.
I'm just gonna look at her with a smile on my face. It's just like fully knowing.
Mhm. So
I-
you're passing by a number of lively taverns and places. The scent of food pouring out, maybe not super fresh as it's beyond your normal evening meal time, but the lingering scent of dinner is still in the air around these.
Ooh. So about the food. um, which spot are
Yeah.
we picking?
Let's see. What are we looking at?
Well, I mean, ugh, I would do anything for just a good sit down meal. I I don't know. Here, I have a little map of the area. Just scribbles of just the restaurant. That's besides the point. So I've got little recommendations from some of the people here who are stationed here. We tried this one last time. I'm gonna point to, oh, was it I don't remember the
Hmm.
restaurant's name. It was like a pub. We've tried that one. We could try this one. I heard they have good um like a good steak.
A good steak. A good
Hmm.
hearty mutton.
Hmm.
Did you say steak?
Yeah, and
I forgot what that tastes like.
I heard something about a bottomless alcohol or something. Now, what that means could either be one of two things. There are people that are not wearing pants and are completely drunkenly stupid, or, hear me out, as much as you can drink.
Ezekiel, what are we waiting for? We gotta go look at the bottomless people drinking. Let's go.
You're right. I agree.
So you're
I might
searching
not
for.
partake that much, but I will partake some.
I mean, if you're looking for an after-hours place where people don't wear pants, you can find that. But
That's a different district, buddy.
that's a little bit of a different district.
Uh, a
So you
steakhouse.
guys go into you guys go into a tavern.
Yeah.
We're
So the
totally
last
going
time
there.
you had gone was the last place you had gone was the Rook's Perch, which is sort of standard hangout for soldiers, and it's that kind of sort of dive bar like feel.
Oh
This
my
time
gosh,
you
it
head
was
to
that tavern I broke the table on. I remember.
landed in mashed potatoes. Yes.
Yeah.
My baked potato.
Oh yeah, your baked potato.
Mm-hmm. Maybe, maybe keep the Barty stuff. Hear me out. Away from the table.
And she slowly puts her lyre behind her as if she was going to perform already.
Right now.
Sure. Sure. I'll try.
Give me patience.
Hmm. All
I'm
right.
totally pulling my lyre out.
So you hit up. Said you wanted to go somewhere more food based, or more like
Yes.
okay. So you went to the tavern. and you can see that it's less of a bar. There is a bar setup, but it also seems like it's a little bit separated. The interior room is seems to have like an eating section and a strictly for drinking section. You see that the people that have sat down to eat, some of them do have drinks and tankards of ale and other various drinks, but those that are strictly in the more lively drinking section, there's no food there.
Mm.
As you enter, you're accosted by a wave of noise, sound, commotion, some music, conversation. A barmaid walks by with a tray full of drinks and... Well, just find a table wherever.
Okay.
Holla if you need anything.
Will do.
when
Thank
you're
you,
ready.
ma'am.
She's already walked by, walking at a quick pace as she heads to serve the drinks that she was carrying.
Okay, well, let's grab a spot.
Hmm. Agreed. Let's go find a spot.
Alright, so you guys are sitting down at a place to eat. You guys end up ordering food. Some drinks as well.
Man. So,
This place has nice music.
I mean,
Yeah, most of the music is pouring over from the other side of the tavern where the more sort of raucous entertainment and commotion is happening.
so what are you thinking about getting?
Huh? Who, me? What? She
No,
seemed a little
not you.
distracted. Huh? Oh.
Not you.
Oh. Oh.
Yes, you.
Oh. Oh. That's right. You got me, Ezekiel. Nothing much really. Just, thinking about the place and the town and how long are we going to be, doing all the serious stuff without getting, some fun time,
Man,
This is fun. This is fun.
just unwind, relax, think about the menu. Who knows? After we eat, we could go over to the bar.
Yeah. That sounds wonderful. So I wonder how much are the steaks here.
I wonder what type of steaks.
Steak.
Oh, waiter! No.
Waiter!
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 beef locally sourced.
You say it's grass fed.
Is it Pomona grass fed?
Was it PDA?
What else are cows supposed to eat? If you mean locally, like the farms are outside the city walls, I guess. Yeah, probably. I don't know.
Fresh enough
We
to
don't fucking raise the cows here. So that's what you're asking.
Well, you sure they don't eat other steaks?
No,
What?
I'm pretty sure they don't feed the cows steaks. That would be a
That's-
colossal waste of steak.
That's
There's
also
plenty
just
of
kind
grass.
That's just kind of messed up.
Oh, God. Posh posh. It was just a joke, you guys. And she just crosses her arms.
Okay.
Kind
So,
of.
anyways, what type of cuts do you have?
I don't know what kind of place you think this is, Ezekiel.
I think this is like
We have
The man
We
that
have,
Ruth
you
Chris
know,
right
and-
now in his mind.
a fillet, of course.
we are for
So,
living
you see, a filet mignon. You know, we have the most scrumptious New York strips. Don't ask what that is.
I love your
York, is that a
I love
spell?
New York.
Are you sure it's not the old York strips?
You have the old York, which is the York strips.
The York,
We have
yeah.
modern
We don't
York
even know it's
strips.
old yet. It's just the York.
Yeah, it's just the York strips.
Just that York.
It's called New York, but it's really the name is York. The city is new, you know.
Yeah.
So
Newly established.
newly established York strips.
Yes.
Oh, I'll take that.
Well.
We have a nice ribeye.
Mm.
You can even, for a little extra, you can get the second eye as well.
Ooh. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Is it extra? As in like extra cost?
Of course.
What's
Um,
this extra as opposed to extra what?
Oh, see, I thought it was like extra meat if we ordered that plate. You know, I wasn't thinking an extra cost or
Pay
anything.
more, you get more. Like
You know what?
just
I'll have the steak, the mashed potatoes, and the greens. That works for me.
I'll have what he's having, except cut the greens. I'll have potato instead. Wait,
so
you
the,
are
the,
having
the steak, the potatoes, and the potatoes, please.
Oh yes.
Wait, it's potato and mashed potato, guys.
Oh,
It's
yes.
different.
Potato and I want a baked potato, but instead of butter or sour cream, just put mashed potato in it.
Just like scoop
I'll
out
have
the potato part
potato.
and put the mashed potato in.
Yeah, no, just
Trust
I'll have
me,
my-
Ezekiel. This is how you finesse the system.
all right. So your food comes out. Your steak, meat, greens, potatoes. Your double potatoes. Yeah.
You know, I
really
admire your
carbon up.
tradition.
Mhm. A really starchy meal.
Oh,
Read
the
up.
carbs, yum.
Nom, nom, nom. It's good. Like it might like you're not even sure how it anything else, but like it's the first, actually like hot, well prepared, timed cooked meal that you've had in about a month at this point, so
No conversation will be had.
Mm-mm.
Just Ezekiel head down, neck craned over the plate, just like shoveling food in his mouth. The most country bumpkin thing possible.
Alright. So as you guys are eating, there's you see someone walk over from the other side. He approaches and leans slightly forward. You can see he's a few drinks in. He's maintaining himself while doesn't get too close to your food or drinks or anything. So pardon my interruption. I hope you're enjoying your meal. It seems like you are.
Mhm.
I noticed the instrument you're carrying, young lady. Do you play?
She just looks up at him, trying to like swallow all her food at once.
Is he one of ours in the band got passed out drunk, so we find ourselves in need of a little bit of a stand-in, and just happened to see you from across the way.
Well,
Oh, really? She looks towards Ezekiel, like as in like waiting for an approval look from him.
not without finishing your potatoes, young lady.
He looks from
Hey.
Ezekiel to Melody with this weird, like, what is the dynamic?
I'm sorry,
It's
Zeke,
like-
but performance must wait. I mean, the
Yes.
performance cannot wait. Potato can wait. I'm in.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Have fun.
Go ahead and make a performance check. As you can see, like before, like this looked like young lady, and you guys look, if anything, almost like it. It must be an elf thing. I don't understand how they age. Whatever. He's probably like 300 years old. She maybe like she could be anywhere from 19 to 150. Whatever.
We do
As
like our
she
ear like
walks away.
twitching as we walk away from each other.
Elves.
walks away.
Oh.
I'm gonna eye her and I'm just
Mhm.
gonna slowly, just like index fingertip, drag her plate a little bit closer and take some of her potato.
He's like, potatoes. She said they can wait, but
Yeah, but they're
the
still
music,
piping
they're
hot.
still warm right now. Cold.
They're
What do you
gonna
mean
be
potatoes
cold when
can
she's
wait? Yeah,
done with them. This is
potatoes
back.
can wait. I don't know what she's talking about. Clearly, I appreciate you more than she does. Come here.
I don't know you like I know you. Oh,
Oh, go. I got to make a performance check, Melody.
Of course, as I keeping my eyes peeled at Ezekiel, get it, cause potato.
Mm.
I rolled a 20.
Wow. All right.
the power of puns.
The power of puns. So, yeah, you get into the music. You are, as you play and as you start to play, you see the other members of this little minstrel band group like look back at you like, okay, and you end up actually sort of setting the tempo, leading the pace as they perform, and the members of the people in the tavern, the patrons, are really into it. Between songs, or even sometimes be brought drinks, as will other members of the band. It seems like you're familiar with this. This is how a lot of entertainment gets paid, is not necessarily in coin, but in drinks, and more than happy to accept that payment.
I as this is all happening, between the songs, I've finished my food. I'm using the light cantrip on
Okay.
my fingertips, and I'm just like waving them in the air. Yeah, you got this.
All right.
That's my part.
That's my bard.
She just looks over at Ezekiel, eyes sparkle, and just like point at him, like, yes, and approving.
They look at they follow, like, people follow your your finger and like pointing it to Ezekiel, and someone in the band, like, it's over the music and the cheers and the readiness, they can't hear what you're saying. They're like, hit him. All right, get him up here. And people start to head towards you, Ezekiel,
Oh.
pull you
Okay.
towards like where the band is performing. You find yourself in front of the tavern now, like the crowd. It's not a stage. You guys have basically like a corner of the room where they're performing. But now you're like dragged through the crowd, and you're now standing facing the rest of the patrons in the tavern, alongside Melody and two other musicians.
Melody,
Just standing.
I'm gonna take some of your drink. I'm kind of nervous.
Don't be nervous, Ezekiel. Just, your blade can sing too, as I cast Bardic Inspiration on him for whatever happens.
Why, what?
Yeah, what? You must have misheard her. As you take a drink. He's a wizard. He's not that flavor of wizard. Anyways.
Inspired.
So, what are you doing, Ezekiel, as you're standing there? You take a drink, and you're kind of like moving a little bit to the rhythm, like you're pretending like you belong here. And can I just slink back into the crowd? Is that going to be awkward? What do I do? I don't have an instrument. What am I supposed to do here? You take a drink, and like everyone's like, there are people like that. You can see the eyes on you. Like, what's he gonna do? Is he gonna sing? Is he gonna? What is he gonna do? What's he bring to this?
I am. It's a great question. What am I gonna bring into this?
Come on,
He's gonna
Ezekiel,
start
you were
spouting
born for
limericks.
Yeah, it's just absolutely.
That once was a man from Pomona.
Let me see. Do I have anything cool as far as like?
What are you doing? Looking through your book right now? Like, what did I do?
What? I'm gonna I'm gonna do a little prayer, and I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna see if I can still do that. I never learned how to dance properly from my village, but I think I somewhat remember it. can I do a performance roll?
You can do a performance check.
And then how does the bardic
Inspiration work?
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
a D8.
D8, I believe.
Okay.
So you add that on top.
We
So
have
D20.
a dirty 20, 17 and 3.
All right. Whether it's you could go ahead. Describe this traditional dance of your people.
It is kind of like I imagine it is like a jig, you know?
Okay.
Like I imagine like a little bit of some tap dancing, legs kicking,
Mm-hmm.
just like generally getting a little jiggy with it, I would say.
So you see these. So there's like you've seen this type of thing, like ceremonies and celebrations around large bonfires that your village had held on many different occasions, like whether it be sort of coming of age things, the ascent of those crystals, or especially when one returns from one of their journeys,
Mhm.
the big parties in those regard. And you've never really had the confidence to do it yourself back when you lived there, but you also didn't really partake in alcohol when back in your village. So
Yeah.
with that kind of adapted to the tempo and rhythm of the music being played, it's a little bit different than what the traditional dances, but it is certainly a lively flourish and thrashing of limbs that does in fact wow the audience of the tavern. And once you break into it and really get into step, the cheers only louden, and it seems to both feed the energy of the room as well as the musicians. Growing energy until the final climactic crescendo of the song that they're playing right now, and you end the dance and breathing hard and sweating a bit, but you feel the pull on your face as you realize now that you've been smiling this whole time, and the musicians go into a sort of holding, just idle, sort of upbeat music, but nothing too crazy, as people are continuing to cheer for the performance.
Hell yeah. I imagine the impressiveness of this dance is I have that I have that glass of alcohol in my hand the entire time. And I'm trying not to spill.
All right. So, anything else you crazy party animals wish to get up to? How long are you staying out?
Ooh.
Well, I'm pseudo well rested, so
So
Mm-hmm.
when does the bar close?
When they stop making money.
Oh, snap. What do
oh
you
man.
say, Zeke?
Well, from my understanding, we don't have anywhere to be until tomorrow, so let's just try not to get too messed up.
Say the night is still young, as she yells, and she like just grabs a bottle of dragon piss and lifts it in the air and tells everybody, "Round of two on me."
Huge applause and
You
cheer.
got
Everyone's
that.
everyone's excited about this. Like, whoa, Art is paying for the drinks. That's new. So
I am going to. I imagine that when I got
Mhm.
pulled up, I took the light cantrip off
Okay.
my fingertips, but I am going to place it on. Melody, do you have a necklace?
Yes.
Or I could put it. Do you have a pluck?
A
You have
pluck.
a chip for your
Oh, a pick?
yeah, a pick. Thank you.
Oh.
A pick to pluck at
One of
your
those
lyre.
guitar chips, you know?
Yeah.
One of those, one of them, Doritos that you strum the guitars with.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, I have this, and I also have a fan that, when unfolded, shows a sleeping cat. You know.
Oh, well, I'm going to just go over. I'm gonna poke it. I'm gonna put the light cantrip on her pluck.
Okay.
Or her pick.
All right. So, could the two of you make constitution checks for me? As drinks are being provided and you are being enraptured into the party spirit. Anytime that, the thought or the drive gets you to go ahead and it's getting late, we should probably head back. You are met with protests from the other musicians, from the other tavern goers. They're like, no, come on, stay.
I'm gonna have to
You can't.
appear in front of the Legatus tomorrow. I got a 6.
Oh,
You got a 6? All
I
right.
got a 6.
I got a 4.
Yo, we're getting shit faced.
Sounds good. All right.
Eh.
So Bishop Persephone, you find Azul. At this point, it's after sunset. You are leaving the recently exploded workshop, and the sun is currently it's after sunset. Where you saw Fred, there still seems to be a bit of work going on with the quartermaster, but looking around after your time spent with Gwendolyn, towards the entrance of the fortress, you could see hundreds of feet away the unmistakable sight of Melody and Ezekiel rushing out, too far away to call out to stop them. You just see them heading to the exit of the fortress, and they're gone.
Oh.
What?
By the fortress.
What do you mean?
Where are we leaving town?
No, you guys are
Okay.
in town, but you left Arx Bellatoris. They saw Bishop and Persephone just saw you guys head into town. This is a bit because we're going back in time a bit to get back to Bishop and Persephone.
I was like, are we so drunk that we're like?
Well, one, yes, but that's not where that.
Okay, not yet. My
Alright.
bad. Continue.
So, Bishop Persephone, are you finding Azul?
Okay. So, are you okay? I mean, we were just. A lot happened.
Yeah.
I mean,
What do you mean?
projects are good and all, they're very distracting, but it seems like maybe kind of motion towards Ezekiel and Melody leaving.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm not sure what you mean.
I mean, it was very difficult being in the quarry and in the Dominion in general. Totally different than most of the missions we've been on. And, not too long before we left, I was running around with you while you were sending letters out.
Yeah. I know there's a lot going on there. I haven't forgot about that either. It's just right now it seems like the only thing I can do to keep sane is just trying to do this, and just kind of help sort all the other things out later. If that makes sense.
It does. That's, coping mechanism. Just make more things, do more stuff, avoid everything as much as possible. But,
Well, when you put it like that, it doesn't sound very healthy at all. But I guess that's just how I cope with things. Yeah, I guess you're right.
I'm not criticizing you. I'm just if you're okay, it's I just didn't know if you needed. Look, I'm here. If you want to talk, we can. If not, we can just work on things, that's fine. But, the offer's there.
Well, thanks. I mean, it's nice that you're saying that. I appreciate you. Um, maybe not right now, but um, I mean, sometime soon.
As you wish. We should probably find a Azul then. We're going to, make any progress here. I mean, I have some experience with magic, but not like as much as he does, at least.
Yeah. Let's find Azul.
Azul, where will they find you?
I'm not sure. Just walking around. Maybe I also noticed Melody and Ezekiel leaving.
All right. Azul's. You find Azul sitting not too far away from where the training grounds are, on a bench that is just beneath one of the covered walkways that leads inside of the fortress, and it looks like he's either in deep thought or watching the goings on of the wardens, or more likely than not, both.
Hey, Azul, we've been looking for you.
Oh.
Azul?
Yes. Have you now? I don't know. I've been around, keeping. Oh, not very busy, but around.
Um, will it be okay to take some of your time? I mean, me and Persephone we think you might be able to help with a project that I'm working on. That we're working on.
Very interesting. Well, I don't imagine this camp really requires many more watchful, guarding eyes at the moment.
Probably not.
Then yes, it would be fair.
Are you okay?
Yes, no, nothing wrong with me. I promise. Everything is. If you're concerned about the afflictions of the rift, they've been long gone.
Well, I mean, after that, because that had to have been a thing in and of itself.
Upsetting, sure, but um, just simply glad that it's over. I try not to linger.
That's fair. Anyway, so he wants to, like, affix his gun to his sword, right? That's the order. Would you going in? Not the, you know.
Hmm.
Something like that, but I'm not really sure if it involves either, to be honest. I mean, I'm not sure how it'll work, but I mean, we were working out some ideas, and we talked to Gwendolyn, and I guess between that talk and kind of realizing how Persephone's gauntlets work, we think that maybe magic might be the direction to go in. And well, I mean, that's why we thought of talking to you. Maybe you can help us with your expertise.
Well, I control only one way of magic in the universe. I can impart as much knowledge as I possibly can to try to assist you in this matter. I don't know if you'll be able to interact with the magics of the world in the same way, but I'm more than willing to assist in however I can.
Um, yeah, I mean, it's a start. I mean, I'm not really sure what you just said there, but I mean, we'll figure it out, right?
Surely, of course. I will try to. It's interesting because the magics that I use are innate. They're more of a power from within. It's interesting comparing the different ways that we all control magics. I will try to impart this feeling through explanation.
So, you guys all just hanging out here doing this explanation, or like there's different places like the wardens have, their own sort of mess hall if you guys want to go eat or have a drink or something like that. Or you can sit here. I mean, Azul's giving the explanation right now, but like he's not gonna come out of this one conversation with a full understanding. So
maybe
he's gonna need to tutor you a bit. So
yeah, I would think so. Maybe we can start by have y'all eaten? It seems like we've. Maybe we should sit down and talk about this over food. Alright, get a little more comfortable.
Food sounds really good, actually. I don't remember the last time I ate. You got me in the workshop, so before that, at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, I can't remember either. I mean, the only thing I just need something to get the taste of, packed and jerky out of my mouth. Is just so all we've been eating is rations. Feels like I can't remember the last proper meal we had. So
Oh, real food. I forgot. I mean, I didn't forget. Of course I kind of did. Now, yeah, that sounds really exciting, actually. Maybe even, no. Okay, we'll focus, we'll talk about this, we'll have some real food, like you said. It'll be amazing. I'm sure of it.
you're down to join us, right, Azul?
If you'll have me.
Yeah, of course. Let's let's go eat.
you guys go to eat. You sit down, and it is a little bit after the mess, but people take different hours. People get in at different times, and so they're accommodating. You are getting stuff that's been sitting, a low burning fire just to keep warm for a while. But even so, this old, nearing leftover state of food is gourmet compared to what you've been eating in recent times. As you sit and eat, Azul describes to the best of to his knowledge how, well, just in general how magic works. He had impressed earlier that there are different methods of interacting with magic. That magic in general, the ability to pull and manipulate reality and the weave of magic is one thing. It's just how but there are different avenues, different roads to get there. Obviously points to other examples within your own party. His is this innate feeling that it's almost difficult for him to put into words, but you end up getting the gist of how it's different than, say, Ezekiel, how he draws that ability to interact with from his deity, or Melody, who has that ability through her study and research, much like he points to, I guess, Ches, like how he would interact with And through all of this, you get the understanding, well, you don't sort of just natural innate ability like Azul does. And well, you're not sure if you are familiar with any gods or powerful entities that would allow you to cast this. So it seems like you're going to have to go the route of like digging into the books, into the tomes, into the scrolls, and study and learn how to draw upon the weave to accomplish the goals that you're trying to accomplish.
You would, in fact, likely need to hone your mind specifically and focus in on a similar concept, perhaps to a wizard's spellbook. Runes and the drawings that they use to tap into the magics is more than likely the avenue you would need, where you would be needing to research to do what I believe you are trying to do.
Well, I guess I was right about reading books, so I mean, I got that down. But it seems like it's like it said. So reading tomes, um, spells, incantations, and the like. That's what you're saying.
I can perhaps assist in a way that maybe should you, yeah, in any form of way, I can minimize the error of whatever you're trying to do, because it will take much trial and error. But I'm sure the innovative minds that you share with Persephone and my magics should be simple enough, only just time consuming.
Yeah. All right. Like I said, I've been saying this all day. It's worth a shot, right? I mean, and it looks like maybe the goal is to find a way to use that knowledge to create some sort of burst engineer version of your gauntlets. You said, Persephone.
Well, yes, they draw power from the outside, but I think you might want to be expelling more, like, magic outwardly instead of collecting it into your weapon. You wanted to harness the magic and use that instead of traditional tack bullets because of the volatile nature of that, and you don't want to be swinging that around and impacting things.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So looks like we got a game plan at least, and I'm just like I said, Azul trial and error, lots of learning.
All right.
Hopefully working this out.
So with the game plan going forward, you have the idea of what to pursue on the engineering side, the arcane side. You have, Persephone and Azul at your side there to help with those respective aspects of this plan that you have. But three of you understanding that, tomorrow is a relatively important day. You are going to have a summon from the Legatus and should probably get some rest before the following day. Frederica, you as well, once you're done, you get the satisfaction of a good workout, a good little meditation before that, as well as, a job well done, like a good day's work, like just an honest, mind you, of the kind of thing. It's an interesting sort of humble pride that you hadn't felt. Like, you obviously have felt pride in what you did before, but it's a much more grandiose scale, fighting fiends, closing rifts. you weren't sure whether or not you would get satisfaction from just lifting, moving boxes and crates and items, but you feel good. So the four of you head to bed, understanding full well the importance of the following day and the nice rest that you'll need prior to whatever it is that the legatus has to say to you in the morning. Speaking of the morning, Melody and Ezekiel, you notice the first rays of sunlight breaking in from the window of the tavern. As the two of you are, well, Melody, actually, is full on passed out, as were you, Ezekiel. Your eyes open blearily from the light of dawn breaking in through the window. You look around, and Melody is on the floor with her lute in hand. Other members of the other patrons of the tavern are all scattered about or like face down on the table. The only reason why you're so easy to rise is because of the good nap you had before, so you don't need as much sleep necessarily, but you wake up and you're confused, like, who's shining this light in my face? How did this happen? What's going on? Where am I? And the second time in a row that you wake up not knowing what's going on.
My head. Well, either I put light everywhere, or it's morning time. Come on, wake up. I'm gonna
He's like,
shake Claudia or Melody a little bit.
She doesn't respond, and so you just fuck it. You end up really having to piss. You go outside, around into the alley. Mid piss, it hits you. Oh shit! It's the next day. We have to be some.
Third round's on me.
Well, I'm gonna find a place to relieve myself and then come for Melody. So I do that, and as I come back, I notice the now partially conscious Melody. I hope. By that I mean probably just eyes open, laying down, not awake fully.
Not fully awake. Eyes are open, but she hasn't blinked in like a minute.
Yeah, like maybe the occasional frog blink, if anything. Morning.
I don't have money.
No, you do. Come on, wake up.
Zeke?
Mhm.
What are you doing in my room?
Yeah.
Why do you smell like booze and piss, I think?
Whoa.
Most importantly, what are you doing in my room?
Yeah, the bar floor suddenly is your room. Come on, wake up, get up.
No.
You are very stern and annoyed for being fucking drunk too.
Mm,
No,
No, I just have a headache.
headache. No, you don't. You're not hungover. You're still drunk. Both
Oh,
of you
I'm
are.
sick.
Yeah, both of you are still drunk. You did not. You guys like passed out maybe a couple hours ago.
Oh no.
Like it is morning. Like as like you were out there. You were out there relieving yourself when you realized you should be in the fortress probably right now. Like waiting to hear from the legatus.
Well, let me reframe. Come on. Wait. We gotta go.
You're gonna have to carry me.
Get your ass up. I'm not carrying you.
Fred always does it.
Do I look like I have the musculature of Fred? Get up. I
You're
can
right.
barely walk straight myself. You know
Yeah.
what? I have an idea. I'm gonna put
What's
part
your
of my
idea?
weight on you, and you put your weight on me. We're gonna do this.
Where you're
Shut the heck! Come on, get up!
Dragging you out of the tavern, guys.
We're both
Leaning against
stumbling
each
out.
other, like, forming a triangle with the ground. It's like just leaning against each other.
I imagine my right arm is over her like back, and her left arm is over mine.
You just
We've
imagine you
got
guys like
this.
shoulder to shoulder, just
Yeah.
forehead to forehead, just
Yeah.
leaning against each other as you walk through the city streets back towards Arxpelatoris, which you make more than one wrong turn.
Well,
we are going.
we are going. I think it was this way though. We
You
should have drank
think?
water. Yeah, I do. Do you not?
All right.
Think? I know.
Oh, touche.
Okay.
No.
While that's happening,
She's just gonna puke a little.
good. Perfect. And on that note, Bishop, Persephone, Frederica, and Azul, the four of you, having been summoned fairly early in the morning, but ready for such summons, are standing in front of the legatus once again. Keenly aware of Ezekiel and Melody's absence, having at least tried their doors and found them, well, the room's empty. Let's back up. You're not standing in front of the legatus, you have just received the summon, let's say. Gotten yourselves ready for the morning. Washed up, dressed, ready to go when you notice Ezekiel and Melody nowhere to be found.
Could I try for something real quick?
What are you trying for?
I want to sending to Frederica. I'm gonna let her know where we are and how the walls all look the same. Every turn and corner, I swear I'm stuck in some sort of just loop. I've passed
Someone's
the same
cast some fiendish illusion.
bush.
If we're still on the same plane of existence, you have to help me.
Fred, I've seen the same bush 3 times now.
Melody and Ezekiel just lean on each other in a circle around a bush.
I think that bush has 2 twigs instead of 3 this time.
Fred's gonna make a face, try to match, like kind of looking off into the distance, like her eye squinting a little.
Mm-hmm. As you get this drunk text sending spell from Ezekiel.
Yes.
So Azul, Bishop, and Persephone. Else around us, like directly in front of.
You guys are in the same area because you all got the summons. You're getting ready and
Okay, we're not. We're
grouping
getting-
up together. Yeah, you're not in front of the legatus yet. You have just
Okay.
received the summons when you have realized and found that Ezekiel and Melody, and at pretty much as the four of you make that realization, you receive from his, like you're standing in the empty room of Melody.
is expected, I think.
Actually, no. You guys have the same room. I forgot. You guys share the same room, but like your beds are separate.
Am I cheapos?
The dividers.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
I think it's best if we will go ahead without Melody and Ezekiel. I don't think they're particularly ready.
Well, I would believe we don't have too much cause for concern.
I think we can keep it pretty basic. We have them working on other tasks and we just relay the information. I don't know. But I don't have a way to. Maybe I should look for them and make sure that they're in the room and don't. Yeah.
Wait, why aren't Melody and Ezekiel? Where are they again? What do you mean we go on
It's
without them?
something about an illusion. Was it walls? I can't quite. I think they're probably. Yeah. I mean,
You know, usually I think he gets a response. Maybe.
can I do that?
I
You
think
can respond, yeah.
so. Maybe.
Oh, okay. Let me think this through.
Just ask where they are. Like what's near
You
them.
don't get too much, so keep it
He didn't happen
brief.
to be slurring his words or something, did he? I mean, me and Persephone watched them go into.
It's okay. I know the right remedy, and I don't know.
Uh,
Using intimidation, hopefully, maybe sterner thought voice. I need you guys to take a cold shower and get your fucking asses over here right now.
Oh, but I would love to get to a shower, but it's just twists and turns. The same bush.
Go to make an investigation, intimidation check there, Frederica, and see if you can intimidate him out of his stupor.
Oh,
Dirty tweenie.
All right. You ever been scared sober before, Ezekiel? If not, then there's a first for everything. As it's almost like survival instincts kick in, and Frederica's threat, the tone in her voice in your head, causes you to cut through the intoxication. And though you are still very drunk, you have this moment of clarity. You recognize for a moment where you are and how to get back to that, and you cling on to that thought as you continue forward with Melody.
as I hear a tone reminiscent to the same coldness and abrasiveness as um her in battle, as she is putting down countless foes. Um, as I'm drunk, I almost like imagine myself as that, and it kind of like snaps me out of it, just enough for some clarity.
Mm-hmm.
Melody,
Huh? Did you call?
Yeah. Um. I know. Follow me.
Well said.
I um.
You
I
you
yeah.
did you puke into that bush that you've been walking in circles around for the last 20 minutes, partially out of being drunk, partially out of just sheer terror, and that helps for a moment. And in that moment, you have some clarity. Some people walking by like, ugh.
I'm gonna wipe my face on my sleeve. I know what I need to do.
I understand it now.
I
Alright.
understand.
I'm gonna grab a piece of Ezekiel's cloak and kind of wipe my face. Too.
Oh, okay, good. And the hand you're off.
we go to the bathhouse.
Oh, okay. You think you have time for that? All right.
I imagine because the bathhouse isn't like anything extra. I imagine it's like literally just like little shower curtain sections. Is
Oh, I mean,
that not
are
what
you
that
in the fortress? Sure, in Arx Pelatoris, in the Warden Fortress. Yeah.
Oh,
If you're talking about finding a bathhouse out in the city, that's different. You also don't really know where one is. I don't.
oh, okay. Is there like showers in our room?
You have like little wash basins, maybe.
All right, that works. Good enough.
All right. So, with the intent to head back in and head to wash up for a bit, you end up crossing paths with the rest of the group. The four of you are on the way down to see the legatus as you've been summoned. Ezekiel and Melody stumble in, clearly drunk, disheveled, eyes bloodshot. Melody stumbling, Ezekiel not Ezekiel swaying, and they're heading to the room. You can either allow them to continue to the room or not.
As
your
I
choice?
see Fred, my face almost drops, and like there's a very palpable, noticeable fear. No, hey.
Melody hunched over, slouched onto him, dragging her lyre behind her as she walks.
That is she stands up straight with her arms. For
Oh
a
no!
moment, she reminds herself of her mother in her pose before pointing her hand out towards I guess the room.
Yes, ma'am.
And you guys better be sober when we're back. I will have some words.
I have a fear that I haven't felt since my grandmother got on to me. She was always the disciplinarian within my house. And I just put my head down, just eyes wide open. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Grandma.
Yes, ma'am.
It was
What was that?
Ezekiel's fault.
What?
Oh,
What?
Oh,
Oh.
oh,
What?
it's all his fault. He couldn't carry me like you, Fred.
And Melody? I'm a
No.
bit disappointed in you.
Oh.
Oh no, I think I'm gonna throw up.
No.
Oh, okay. Go throw up in the room. Go.
He stumbled over to go to the room to finish puking.
You guys get up, Ezekiel. You're like, okay, and oh no, I feel bad. I feel like I'm gonna be sick too. But you guys stumble up to the room, shame, drunk, and you're like, in your mind, Ezekiel, you're like, I'm gonna go and no, I'll face the music. As you go up there, Melody stumbles in before you and rushes over to the wash basin full of water and just pukes all in it.
Move, Ezekiel.
um, Fred.
She's not there. Fred's not with you.
Uh,
Fred's doing the stuff that you should have been doing if you were more responsible.
Azul.
Azul is with it. You are the only two drunk
I know,
idiots.
I'm
He's just calling
I'm
out to
calling
everybody, laying on the.
everyone. Oh, that
Didn't even
you
bother to
want your
close the door to
mommy?
your room. Just
Oh,
Hey Z, come give me a piece of your coat.
no.
like, all right. The four adults in the party proceed to.
Hey.
Hey, I'm older than Ezekiel by 2 hours.
Okay, whatever. You enter the legatus's office, or you're heading to the legatus's office, the four of you. As you enter, it's the legatus. There are also a couple of individuals that you are not familiar with, as well as the ambassador and representative of the public, Marcus Tullius. He looks over the four of you, the legatus does, and looks beyond into the empty hallway past the doors, obviously expecting more. Where's the rest of your party, Phoenix Group?
I believe it would be better to simply say they're predisposed to something else, and we will have to fill them in later.
I don't believe that is your call to make. It's important that all of you were here. So what's going on?
Perhaps they did not value or weigh this as severely as maybe the rest of us or yourself.
You can see his jaw clench.
Frederico
Good.
will close it.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just closing the door.
Hmm. You know, it might be the the heaviness and the severity of this meeting that caused this, you know, them to be in the state that they're in currently.
Fair point.
Bishop is
You're
just.
saying a meeting. They cannot
We-
handle this.
We understand the severity of them needing to be here. And it is important to relay this information and to continue discussion. It is not our call to make necessarily, but there are other tasks at hand that need to simultaneously happen. And
Any task that you need to concern yourself with
which will be discussed.
of significant importance will come from this office, from me. Are you saying that your judgment and priorities supersede that of the wardens, Frederica?
No, everything and every action I have benefit the warden.
It's not their call to make. It's not your call to make.
If
However, we don't have time to waste on this. They will be dealt with later. For now, we spoke briefly on your mission that took you into Dominion territory. These gentlemen here, Ambassador Marcus Tullius, you are familiar with him. You met with him when you first arrived here at Arx Bellatorus. These other two gentlemen with him work with him. They are representatives of other military and parliamentary leaders. and they are reasonably so interested in your recent all that entails. So, until further notice, until they are satisfied with the answers they received and questions that they will ask, you, Phoenix Group, will be limited to the walls of Arx Bellatorus until this investigation is completed. Gentlemen, if I may have a moment with my wardens. Just make it quick, Legatus. We wish to start the questioning as soon as possible. And with a very politician smile from Marcus to the rest of you, gives you a nod and opens the door, leaves with the other two. Legatus leans on the table and looks to the four of you in turn. As I'm sure you're aware, it is a benefit to us. Well, a bit of a give and take working with the Republic. As the organization that they have acknowledged, it has brought with that many opportunities, as fortress resources, as well as the recognition that allows us to take other jobs to continue to fund our cause. As I have read up on you before requesting your transference to Pomona, you've done many jobs for some aristocratic individuals for the purpose of bringing in funds for the warden so to continue our fight against the fiends. Now, that is just as important as our fight against the fiends. It all ties into the same goal. But it's unrealistic to expect us to continue to find soldiers, to continue to buy materials, keep ourselves stocked with food, provisions, armor, weaponry, without the money to do so. And this is an unfortunate side effect of being able to do that. Being the ones recognized by the Republic, they have their own interests that we must adhere to. So as I said earlier, until further notice, you will be restrained to the fortress of Arx Bellatorus. Just until they are satisfied with their questions, they are going to ask you about what happened on the other side in the Dominion. What you saw, what you know. They need to be as informed as possible on their end, in case of possible retaliation. The Drakthari. Do you have any questions?
The what?
The Drakthari Dominion.
Ah. Well, I mean, I guess the sooner we can
That and there's going to be, well, restructuring of the wardens, and seeing as your group is without any rift keys as it stands. There may be some changes. I hope that each of you will be able enough to adapt and continue to do what must be done. As much as I wish we could focus all of our effort on simply fighting the fiends, that's not the world we live in. It's realistic. We have to play other games and take other factors into consideration. It's never so simple.
The problem is you will need us at some point out there. And
I
I
have no
don't
doubt.
particularly think we have anything to help. So whatever questioning needs to happen, let it happen. But I don't know, just make it quick. Play along, I guess, whatever. Don't. It's kind of a waste of time, and I know it's not on you,
I
but
understand where your mind is right now, Frederick. I do appreciate it. But as our understanding of this is developing and growing, we have to also rethink how we approach it. Our initial strategy was one, we don't have time. One that emphasized quick, decisive, and, with hindsight, reckless decision making. You have just returned from an arduous mission. You need time to recuperate from that. This fight against the fiends, it's become a marathon more than a sprint. We cannot risk making hasty movements, especially not with established, experienced, and proficient wardens like yourselves. You need not worry about not being put to use. I intend to place you exactly where I feel is best. And he gives a slight grin. There is no doubt you'll be fighting fiends again soon. As I trust you to accomplish your mission, and you must, in turn, trust me to place you in the best position to the best of my abilities. Now, as you said, regardless, the sooner that we finish with this line of questioning, and we can get back to the matter at hand, the better. So, I will speak with Melody and Ezekiel later, I suppose. For now, I will turn you over to the gentleman outside. And he calls for them to return, and they open the door and ask for the four of you to follow. You follow them to a nearby room, little office setup. Not much more than seating for all of you, as a small, almost like bedside table sized place for a stack of parchment and papers, inks, a quill to have notes taken. You asked about the same kind of thing that you had just gone the previous day, just a general overview of the mission that you had been on that took you to the Dominion. And after that, and they have some general questions about that you've already answered. They start to ask other questions. Marcus is back. He's like, yes. So that does seem to line up with everything that you say, and clearly makes sense. And I'm not saying that you would have lied or made anything up. Not exactly a typical situation. Even the wardens find them. So when you received the orders, was the decision to cross the border into the Dominion part of your original orders? And if they weren't, did you get them authorized? If so, by whom?
No, the plan wasn't to go into the Dominion originally. We had means of contacting the legators.
And did he authorize you to cross the border? Did you make him aware that this would be necessary?
Yes.
Makes a note of that.
There were rifts on our side that were, I mean, you know what we said, there were bodies piled, both our people and theirs.
Um, Even before we crossed the border, yeah, there was already signs of rifts. I mean, there was even signs of the Dominion encroaching on our borders before we got to theirs. And
Yes, we are well aware of Dominion activity near our border. And as much as, well, you are a soldier, right, Bishop?
yes, sir.
So you are well aware of the tensions between us and the Dominion. These small little excursions into our lands are little more than games they play trying to provoke us. They are searching for a reason for war, a reason to invade, as they have been for years. Brutes and barbarians they are.
Forgive me, sir, but there was nothing small or little about what was happening at Crescent Hold. I cannot tell you how many people lost their lives there. There was nothing minor. It was.
Well, that brings me into, I suppose, well, not my next question, but he flips over the page and starts to. But, okay, very well. So, from my understanding, it was not a Dominion attack on Crescent Hold, but fiends. So, were these fiends aligned with the Dominion's military, or did their presence seem incidental? It seems you're implying that these fiends were directly linked and involved with the Drakthari.
We were
Is
in
that the
a hole
case?
where they were sacrificing their own people to a rift, to empower it, to open it further, to allow who knows what to come through. It was piles of their own people underneath it, and
Um, Even as we reached their border, still on our side of things, there was already signs of them sacrificing even our people to open up these rifts. So it seems like they were, based on what we're seeing, part of the reason why Crescent Hold was being hit so hard by so many fiends. They're just opening up rifts all over the place, and they're just running amok, and they just came to our door.
see. So, when you received this authorization to cross the border into the Dominion, were you cautioned against engaging with Dominion soldiers or civilians? I understand that you went there in pursuit of the source of these fiends and the rift, as is your job as wardens, but certainly your job is not to engage in hostile military activities with a foreign power.
We were absolutely cautioned not to interact with the Dominion, or to interact with them as little as possible.
And did you? Do you recall the number of engagements that you had with the Dominion and, well, were they avoidable?
Persephone tried many times to try to convince them that we were there for nothing more than simply dealing with fiends. However, since at the time of trying to reason with them, we were unaware that they were directly involved with fiends. Yes, we were put into positions where these combat scenarios were unavoidable.
I see. And during any of these scenarios, any of these skirmishes, did it seem to you that they would think, or did you do anything to suggest to the Dominion and its soldiers that the Republic was involved or complicit in your action?
Never, actually. As a matter of fact, many a times I made it well known that I even made myself as an example. I hold no ties to anything besides closing these rifts as my primary purpose here, and they did not seem to care much.
See.
In fact, thinking afterwards, or thinking on it now, it could have been even more of a reason for them to attack us.
When I joined you guys, it was tense there was no hostility. I think at that time, people just trying to create the void and continued forward, which they did let us through. But we still tried cautious, did whatever we could, stayed among the trees. Oh, but it wasn't always. Again, we had I think it was up until we do the query. It's a bit different because
You're cutting out a bit to me. I'm not sure if I'm the only one.
No, yeah,
Oh,
I think
is
you
this
were cutting
better?
out. Yeah.
It sounds better for now, yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
No problem. I just want to hear what you got to say. So I heard the last thing was about the
Oh, when we got to the query.
Yeah.
That's where most of the combat happened. A bit before that, but it was, or now seeing back, it was more of an effect from, or at least that's my.
Nods, and one of the other two that are representatives that have been watching leans in to whisper something to the ambassador. He shields the movement. He shields the man's face and lip movements from the rest of you as he listens and nods. looks up at him and gives a couple nods in rapid succession. That seems like. So, I wish to simply get more of an individual account of what happened. All we wish to do is try to find out exactly what happened there, as well as, well, what you know, any intel information that you might have into the Dominion, their capability, intentions, perhaps. And just see if there's anything that maybe you're not even aware is of importance to us that we can ask and find out. It is not every day that we have the ability to acquire this kind of information, especially not from those who have been so, let's say, closely involved with Dominion's military force itself. So, if you don't mind, and stands up and asks you guys to stand as well. You guys start to stand up, and he motions to Azul. If you wouldn't mind, Azul, there are only 3 of us here, so we're going to take the others into a separate room. Question, if you don't mind waiting here.
Oh, that's perfectly fine.
So, throughout the morning and into the early afternoon, you all are more or less interrogated, questioned, as they probe for answers and try to overturn every little detail that you can possibly remember. Taking notes, asking probing questions. You hear at one point down the hall the echoing, angry, almost yelling of the legatus at Melody and Ezekiel. But at one point, Alright, I think that should be enough for answering all my questions. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch, and if we think of anything else, we'll call for you. Otherwise, well, we'll pick this up tomorrow. And all 6 of you are more or less let out. Bishop, Ezekiel, Frederica. No, not Ezekiel. Bishop, Frederica, Persephone, and Azul. In various states of mental exhaustion from the process. Ezekiel and Melody just like sad puppies after being scolded. But, yeah. So this process eventually Ezekiel got into the questioning. Ask you questions like trying to find out like did you gather any information on like their military strategies or kind of equipment were they, what sort of numbers were, how were they regimented, and just every single detail that you can remember. Information, the way that they guard the border, anything about their shift or watch rotations. Did you notice any of that? Every single scrutinous detail over the course of the next couple weeks, day in and day out. All the while that's happening, free time you're still pursuing personal projects with whatever mental reserves you have left after these bouts of interrogation. And all around you, you can also see the process of the wardens being restructured is happening. You at one point inquire as to whether or not you'll be assigned new keys or how to get another key for back out. You're informed that, well, not every warden group is going to be getting rift keys anymore due to the mystery around their disappearances, them being stolen, groups of warden disappearing occasionally with them, ones that they apparently that came in as volunteers and then disappeared with rift key in hand. And so you start to hear rumors and whispers of the wardens being restructured into a variety of different groups with different purposes, not just parties of ragtag adventurers that get sent out, but a more well-regulated and structured system capable of fighting a prolonged war against them. And you're not sure how that's going to affect you guys. As you finally complete your 2 weeks long length of questioning day after day, Marcus Tullius and his 2 aides thank you. They exit with their stacks of bound parchment from all information they've gathered from you, and collectively you're able to give an exhale. And just as you're starting to feel relaxed, the 6 of you are called again into the legatus. So, he says he has a bit of a somber look on his face.
Is this morning or afternoon?
I guess it would be afternoon. I want you to tell me why it matters.
Literally just the greeting I was gonna do.
Okay.
Good afternoon,
Afternoon, then.
sir.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you.
Good time of day, Legatus.
How do you do?
Good
Lovely,
morning.
Lovely
Wonderful weather
bracket
we're
time
having.
of day bracket. The weather certainly is bracket.
in bracket.
Oh my god.
Melody's just crossing her arms, just murmuring to herself, "What now this time?"
Ezekiel's a little more stiff and rigid over the past
Couple weeks, like you guys
Yeah,
have been
weeks.
straight and narrow. You've shined
No.
your shoes. You've shined your sandals.
I shaved my hair.
No funny business. No funny business.
So, I'd like to thank you all for cooperating with them. As I told many of you, it is important that we maintain this relationship, however painful at times it may be, as that allows us to do what we need to do. We have to keep the big picture in mind. Without the Republic backing us, vetting us, and many of our frequent wealthy clients that we need to maintain to organization, well, we just simply would not have them. Now, though you are done at this moment dealing with Ambassador Tullius, unfortunately, your actions, though deemed merited, as well as, at least by me, necessary. My views are not necessarily shared. And it is their decision, at least. And he places a written letter on parchment, this sort of official looking statement. It is their decision that Phoenix Group, for some time at least, be restricted in the nature of the missions that they are assigned.
Restricted how?
More or less, they don't want you venturing too far. Ideally, they're too far from Pomona.
But so we're getting put on some sort of short leash.
That is what they want, it says.
You can't be serious about this.
Hold on. And he looks a little tired, but he gives a little bit of a grin. So, Bishop, I'll be needing your stone, please.
Yeah, sure. I hand them the stone.
Yeah. And he places it with its partner in the box, the two sending stones with the small, engraving of the phoenix on it, and he closes the box and puts it aside. As you see, and he shows you the letter, wishes that Phoenix Group be placed on a, as you said, short leash, essentially needing to at least once every 14 days spend a night with an Archspellators, which significantly decreases the radius that we would be able to send you out on missions. Essentially be restricted to the surrounding area, no travel away. However, this order, this request, this order phrased as a request, is with respect to Phoenix Group, gesturing to the six of you. He pulls out a small box, pushes it across the table towards you, Bishop, with the other five standing behind. So the first bit of news I have for you, he said, a little bit of childish mischief in the eyes of this. You are no longer Phoenix Group.
What? Wait, what do you mean we're no longer Phoenix Group?
Well, this order that came from Ambassador Tullius was with strict and specific instruction on how Phoenix Group should be deployed and managed. And so,
All right, I see. I see what you're doing.
You're brilliant. This is. Sorry.
now I hope that you will accept the liberty I took from your debriefing to, well, sign a new name. You open up the stone and you can see there the carved into the new sending stone the portfolio of a portrait engraving of a an equine creature with a bladed horn. From now on, you will be Kieran Group.
Oh.
Let's go.
Wow. That's pretty high.
Persephone's like clapping. And
I'm
His
gonna-
face falls just a little bit as he acknowledges your excitement, but then it seems like there's more that needs to be. He allows you to have your moment.
Ezekiel's
Oh.
face is just lit up.
Ezekiel, do you see that? Do you see that? We're no longer a bird. We're like a unicorn now.
A dragon, but yes.
He's just squealing right next to Ezekiel.
I'm guessing there's contingency strings attached. This can't just be for free, right?
Well, obviously, if it were so brazen, then it would be seen as an affront and for the loophole and workaround that it is. And so we've had requests, both internal and external, for certain assignments. And that, as well as certain restructurings and divisions that we are organizing wardens. And so there are, well, I will be straightforward. As I said earlier, I hope that each and every one of you will continue to serve dutifully and diligently in our continued fight against the fiends. With that being said, he takes 2 wax-sealed papers out from his coat. He hands one to Azul and one to Melody. Contained within, each of you will find your new assignments.
New assignments.
Wait,
What?
wait, you're splitting us up?
We, to, again, circumvent this order that has been passed down. This is the minimum of what was necessary. A simple name change would not end up sufficing if word of it reached the ambassador's ears, and then that would only further relations between the wardens and the Republic.
But
Wait a
That doesn't
minute.
make sense.
What? And she just looks at Persephone, Ezekiel, Fred, Bishop, and Azul. Why?
Well, in your case, we actually had a fairly specific request for protection from a rather powerful, wealthy family in Minola.
Melody's eyes just widen. What did you say?
All of it is detailed and included in your orders there. And further, the wardens are being regimented in groups. For simplicity's sake, I'll only go over a few. The primary 2 of those that will be deployed are combatants, ones who will go out to face fiends and other monstrosities and dangers that have arisen due to the influx of the rifts and the infernal and abyssal energies that have the others to avoid further theft and loss of our rift keys, which we cannot sustain losing them at the pace that we had been. They're not easy things to make. We have assembled a core of those experienced with utilizing those tools and those rifts, and Azul, we're hoping you would join this core of closers. I am aware that from the onset of each of you banding together in Twin Hills and joining the war together, but this is what is necessary right now.
And if we come across a rift and we don't have Azul, what then? Or are we just not planning to handle rifts at all?
When a rift is sighted, there will be those from both our combatant corps as well as the that are sent out. The nature of this being that the closing corps will be stationed in advantageous areas to be able to be assigned to whichever group is in need at the time. If we need fighting to occur or combatants to be deployed to places that do not require or that rifts do not exist, but simply things such as your foray into the Glimmerdale Mountains or into, let's say, I believe Millgrove. Places where monstrosities are causing issues, where fiends are causing problems, no rift involved, then there is no reason to send one of our very limited supply of rift keys to that location. You will not be sent out to close a rift without one capable of doing so with you.
But Legatus, I mean, everything we've been able to accomplish, it's been because we've been together. This is changing that dynamic now. It would be detrimental to everything we've accomplished.
He's right, though. Especially now if we're going to be limited. Azul's skills can be used elsewhere. And we have to adapt regardless.
He nods. That is precisely it. I trust that Kieran Group will be able to adapt, come find a new dynamic, but these decisions are, well, the best
Is it
decisions for the
temporary?
wardens. They may be. Regards to Melody, depending on when her assignment in Minola is complete, I have no reason to believe she will not return and be able to rejoin Kieran Group. However, Azul Station may be more permanent than that. There will be times when you will missions that again do require one of the closing corps to be with you, and those missions may last for extended periods of time, such as the one you have just returned from a couple of weeks ago. However, his skills and knowledge, experience closing multiple rifts of various intensities and strengths, We need him doing that more than fighting. There are, at this point, nigh countless rifts, and if we can utilize this closing core to go round and maybe even circumvent the fighting, close rifts, we can stem back the tide. That is where, just as it is important where you are concerned to be actually fighting those that come through the rifts. It is all important, and we must all do what we are best suited for. Now, your new assignments do not go into effect until the end of the week. I will grant you that time to relax, recuperate from your weeks of interrogation, questioning, and to, well, so whatever temporarily farewells you need. At the end of the week, I will give Kieran Group its first assignment.
Melody's just looking straight ahead and looks down at the letter and she just nods.
And Bishop does looks at Azul and he looks back at Melody and lingers for a moment looking at Melody, and he's just overcome with sadness and knowing that there was feelings and words that were left unresolved, and just for a moment he just those thoughts flood in, but then he quickly pushes them down and remembers that he not time for it's not the time or place, and he just swallows those emotions and looks
You
away.
guys walk out after that small roller coaster of emotion.
Should I maybe not walk out with everybody?
Okay, sure. So
One more thing.
Persephone,
Would you have done differently? Would you have been as honest as we were?
I feel you are seeing this as punishment. It is not. I understand the bonds that are forged in battle and months of traveling together, getting into and out of perilous situations. This is, and always has been, and always will be, about the best way to fight and stop the fiends.
Fred nods and leaves quietly.
Okay. So, second to last to exit is Frederica. Persephone, you would be the last.
So, I still think it was very clever, and I am grateful and glad that we're able to continue fighting.
Not. I wasn't about to let some bureaucratic tape hamstring us if they understand their part, I understand mine. So it's a tightrope act, as it were. But that's I have to do what I feel, whether that be sometimes, but whether that be a perhaps shady little technicality or partially disbanding your group. My only goal is putting an end to all of this. Going back to normal. Or whatever semblance of it we'll have when.
That's a fair goal. You know, who knows when this could end, though, and there's no harm in actually living, you know, too. So you should maybe not forget to do that as well as all the other things you have on your plate.
He takes a moment to think and let your words sit with him. The amount of things that he's said to you all about the importance of, not getting too overwhelmed, not taking time to mentally recharge, basically, and that to be of best use. And maybe you can see face he might not have been taking his own advice. You could see subtle, almost imperceptible subconscious as he thinks on this. And
So, you know, the offer for dinner, lunch, whatever, breakfast, coffee, tea, whatever you like, still stands if you'd like company at some point.
taking the odd 15 minutes or so for a nice tea might be what I need on occasion to recharge and get through the day efficiently. So, well, if we run into each other at the mess hall, then I'll take you up on.
Stephanie smiles and says, "Sounds good. Hopefully we do."
And gives you a nod, small smile, and goes back to his work, replacing the small figurine of the phoenix of a Kieran on his battle map. The six of you reconvene just outside of the large fortress interior build courtyard. Azul and Melody still clutching the unopened sealed letters containing the information on where you'll be headed.
Melody turns her head over to Azul. No. What do you think about all this, Azul?
It's. Goodbye is not a term I remember frequently saying. This feels familiar.
Really? Like, are you starting to remember something right now?
It's merely a feeling. I can't say I'd tie it to a specific thing, but I am familiar with this feeling of needing to let go of those I've shared bonds with, if merely for just simply moments, blips in time.
Well, I don't want this to be a forever goodbye, you know. And she extends her arms over to Azul and gives him a big hug.
This should not be a forever goodbye. He'll turn it.
All right.
Couple on the shoulder there.
Yep.
There.
Just one arm.
Melody kind of like just sniffles and like on part of his cape without him trying to hide the fact that she's crying.
Yep.
Mm.
Melody, after doing what she does and wiping her face on other people's clothes,
Yeah.
pulls out from the embrace. After pulling back to the embrace, the rest of the group is still around. An obvious tension, sort of, in the air. There's certainly a feel in the atmosphere, but
Ezekiel,
Yeah.
do you know this man?
This.
As she gestures to Azul. And then she goes, do you know this woman? And she gestures to Melody.
A faint smile comes on his face. He's been kind of like quiet, just like staring off. Of course.
Right, exactly. You know them, so you can talk to them. Maybe not all the time, not like you do right now, but, you know.
I'll have to add you guys to the people I reach out to, I guess. A faint kind of, not faint, a weak smile that's kind of like wavering. Just creeps across his face.
Perhaps it would be best that you know my actual name then.
Actual name.
Wait, so you're not Azul? She sniffles.
So to speak, it's all I could remember when I landed here. Not long ago, I believe it came to me. A full name. Well, not all of it. But I do remember at the very least. When you do send your messages, do address them to Azul Vindrogoth.
And how do you spell that?
I don't believe you need those specifications.
Oh my
You know,
god. Oh.
necessary, but
Azul
What the-
Vinda Azul
Don't-
Vinda
Azul Ventagon.
Azul Vinda
I'm getting flashbacks.
Don't hurt yourselves now.
Flashbacks.
Azul
Vindragoth.
Vindagrath or something.
You know what? I just need to be able to say it. It's fine. I'll guesstimate it. It's all right.
Give it a go. Try it right now.
Diagonally.
No pressure.
It's merely a respectful thing. It's not necessary. You knew me once as Azul. Just,
And
I remember some long time ago, someone had an issue speaking it as well.
well, I mean, Azul works for sending, but you know what? I'll start calling out your full name. Let me give it a try.
I mean, that's
I
going to
would
count
no
as like
doubt
5
so.
words for the purpose of sending.
Azul Vendrogov.
Close.
Azul Vindegrath.
Dragoth.
Mid the grass.
Azul Vendegrass.
Azul's in the grass.
Dude, I was in the grass just a couple of months ago.
You
I
was?
was in the grass.
He did.
That's where it hit him. That's the reason thing that he.
That's
That's
where
what
it
made him
came to me.
remember.
Yeah,
I'm in
that's
the
what it
grass.
came to.
Stone
Azul's in the
field with
grass.
Bishop,
In the grass.
Bishop
Holy
and
shit!
Fred in the fields, in
Whoa,
the
whoa,
grass.
whoa! What happened to formalities? It's Frederica now.
Oh,
No.
Frederica LaRue, a family LaRue.
Family LaRue,
Really.
don't forget it.
Never forget it.
Well, is this going through?
Of course it is. It's a thing you're familiar with. You don't need to punch in the name to.
Apparently, I'm not that familiar with him. I don't even know this guy.
I don't even know his name.
I don't know his name. Vindergoff.
Azul
Venn
Venn
diagram.
diagram.
Damn it.
So, I imagine paper letters will work as well. To keep in touch, tell each other what's going on.
Well,
And you could probably expect some from me, at least, both of you.
how are we going to send him mail if they don't know who to address it to by his last name? How do you spell it?
The
I'm
last
like
name.
trying to
Well, I
scribble
don't
down.
remember.
No, that's all just his
That's
first name.
just my first name.
That's just his name.
Uh,
Azul
If I-
Venn. I did. I'm sorry. I did this with his first character's name. He feels like he has to do with
Right.
any sort of dragon person.
Yildirim Vaktoth.
Yeah, there you go.
Wait till
Alright.
you find out the last name.
Oh God.
You know what? I'm glad that you're disbanding from Phoenix.
Wow.
No, I
Crazy.
said that in my voice.
Wow.
I said that in my
Yeah.
voice. That was not
Wow.
Spoiled.
Ezekiel.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Can't believe it.
Yeah, you know what? I turn American every time that I'm about to say some crazy shit.
Gasp.
Good
Checks.
God, good riddance. No, well, I'm gonna show him the notepad. I hope this is close enough.
It's very phonetically written.
Yes, I put a comma in between the Azul and then the Vendraka part. Still don't know if that's the right way to say his name. Let's go.
All right. So moving past Azul's name.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You can't move past it that quick. You got to get past all the letters first. It's gonna take
Yeah.
minutes.
Truly.
Who's gonna sing for us?
Are you
I-
volunteering? Maybe Melody
Stories
could
of your bagpipes.
Man,
use bagpipes.
apparently I know how to dance.
I was there. He does. Just give him some alcohol, you guys. He'll be fine.
I think he's had enough alcohol.
No, I'm good. You know, you get yelled at for like a good hour and a half by a superior, and all of a sudden, drinking doesn't seem so fun anymore.
You know what you should
So-
do, Melody? You should make a song wherever the hell you are, and then hopefully it reaches us, and then we're gonna do the same, probably with bagpipes, all of us, something like that.
All right, so where are the bagpipes coming from?
I
Who
don't know.
here knows how to play bagpipes?
I thought you
Alright.
did.
Yeah, and Frederica's always been proficient in it. What are you talking about, Ezekiel?
How do you know that, Melody? Huh?
Right? It's a musician's taste. Like she could just tell. She's
Hold
just-
on a minute.
Yeah,
you have mentioned it before, yeah.
Yeah.
You just like you don't. I think you've
Dark.
mentioned the story too, like just out of spite because your mom made you learn an instrument, so you chose bagpipes.
Well, I don't have bagpipes, but
You don't have them, but you know how.
and
Occasionally,
I'll sing
she
about
wears
Melody,
plaid.
and then hopefully it'll reach her ears wherever she's at. Then
Yeah, exactly. A musician never forgets a tune, you know?
Yeah.
Make sure you get back to us soon. Who else is gonna save my butt out on the battlefield? We know this guy ain't. Points at Ezekiel.
Who's gonna vortex warp us? I'm so sorry. I'm just thinking of every Don't mind me.
Are we permanently a 4-man group though? That's something we should have asked.
Um,
Well, I don't think it would make sense to assign more people to us if they're gonna dumb us down. Not dumb us down.
I suppose.
like we're the core now, and
Oh my god.
then eventually Melody can come back, and Azul will be there if our path cross.
Who's gonna
Azul's
sit
too
there?
good for us. Didn't you hear the legatus? He
Yeah.
doesn't need us.
Of course, Shirley. What would you all do without me? Allies.
Little bit of the madness personality tapping into
Yeah,
that.
I'm gonna
what he remembers
squint
from
at
it.
him, furrow my brow a little bit.
It was a joke.
Oh, he's definitely
Surely.
afflicted with something. He just made a joke.
Azul making a joke. This must be a symptom of that full name. This isn't the Azul I know. This Vendrogov guy.
Azul Vindegrath. Gotta get it right.
Old Vindegram.
You gotta get it
Old
right.
Vindegram.
Vindragoth.
Melody.
They're right.
Melody's just.
Vendrogaf.
Oh.
I'll tell you what. I'll keep practicing. The next time, I'll be a master at the.
Vindrigiju.
Don't you dare
Vindragon.
get it wrong, Ezekiel. I
This is
do
that
want to hear
Vindragon.
back from you guys.
No, of course. I'll keep you updated.
Really? That's it? You'll just keep me updated? She grabs him like by the head, like under her. Come on.
Well,
I know
don't
you
what
got
you want from
more.
me.
I want you to keep our team safe, Ezekiel.
I'm gonna buy more potions.
Yeah.
Fair.
Who's gonna shoot a bow and arrow at our enemies?
Okay.
Ah, very funny. She punches Ezekiel. Actually, can I roll for strength?
Yeah, sure. Do it. Yeah, please.
fair enough.
Please do. Please
Fair
do.
I'm currently shieldless. This is a bad time.
Well, you're lucky because that was a 7. It was a soft
Oh.
one.
Oh,
I
It was a soft punch.
know.
But the malice was there.
yeah. Ah.
Ah.
Mm,
Fair enough.
Melody would also like to approach Persephone.
So,
Or
if
is
it's
she?
okay. Yeah. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I don't know if she's still with the legatus. So actually, I forgot to ask.
I'm here with you
No,
guys.
this doesn't need to be. Yeah, she's there now.
Yay!
So you guys can like have a few days left together before back to. Though that business is now changed for each of you. It's all right. We can go to the afternoon leading into evenings. Around the mess hall place, there are still like drinks. You have some ale, and this is going to be the last night before Kieran gets its first assignment. Melody leaves for hers, and Azul. All 6 of you together. Melody, Persephone.
Hey, Persephone.
Hi, Melody.
Hey. I just wanted to say thanks for all the times you've trusted me when I was in eagle form, and she laughs and she just goes for the hug.
And Persephone returns the hug. She's like, the barrel rolls did throw me quite literally, but it was always an adventure.
An adventure I would never replace with anyone else. So thank you. Thank you for everything, Persephone. And um I also want you to keep me updated when you do find your sister, please. I do have hope that she's out there. Just as much hope as you have. So please let me know if you do find her. I'll rush back with a song for you guys, and maybe we can play it together one day. What do you say?
Thanks. And I was planning on writing to you. I can't do what Ezekiel can, but, plain old letters. That might be a way to. And also, I appreciate that. It's sometimes hard to hold on to hope.
Well, don't you dare ever lose it, Persephone. Your your hope is your hope is what really led us here to never give up. So please stay and hold on to it. Oh, and one more thing. You can also address me as Moonsong in the letter. Everybody knows me by that in Manola. There's only one Moonsong family after all.
Oh, of course, I'll add that to, your name. Because,
Yeah.
melody's probably not enough. You're right.
And it's not as complicated as a. So you don't ever have to worry about the mail getting lost. But don't tell Azul I said that.
That's a fair point, Misspellings.
Yeah, exactly. Misspellings. Not sure by his parents or, the male people, but, we'll keep that between us. Promise?
Of course.
Well, I guess I should say bye to everyone for tonight, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's not obviously a happy occasion, but I mean, who knows? It's life. There's always adventure. If you look.
Yeah, absolutely. I do expect to hear more letters from you guys and adventures with, Kieran.
I'll definitely remember to pester Ezekiel to pester you, you know.
Right. Speaking of which, I should probably pass by and see how he's doing.
You
Absolutely.
guys are all sharing the same, like, 2 or 3 tables and
Everyone's
more.
gossiping like a lunch school cafeteria.
You guys are just like you guys are having kind of like normal. The occasion seems a bit like eerily normal. There's obviously like the understanding in your heads. The last time you'll be doing this for quite a while. It doesn't like no one really wants to make it that obvious that that's what's going on. Night at the mess hall. Ezekiel Melody approach.
Hey,
Hey, hey Zeke. How's your lunch?
it's fine. Nothing too much to say about it.
Hey, I know this isn't one of our old usual routines and lunch, but doesn't mean that it has to be any different, right?
No, no, of course not. Come sit.
Hmm. And she sits right beside him.
Um, you know, I'll keep in touch with you. Um,
Yeah, that definitely has to happen.
yeah,
There's a lot I want to, discuss and talk to you about. Of course,
yeah,
when the time is right.
I'll always save some juice for the end of the day just so I can call you. Okay?
Yes, you know how to spell my name after all, right? She
Allegedly.
turns her head away really quickly to wipe a tear.
Um, I I'm gonna miss you.
I'm gonna
And
miss you. Oh, yeah.
no, it's nothing. Um, it's gonna be quiet without you around.
Yeah, and it's not gonna be loud enough without you.
Yeah. I'm just gonna put down my silverware and like quickly a tight hug. This sucks, but I'll see you soon.
Melody just grabs onto his coat as she gives him a hug and squeezes him tighter one more time. It's not goodbye yet, Ezekiel, but I'll miss you.
Mm-hmm.
Do me a favor, please.
Yeah,
Keep everyone safe as well as yourself, please.
I'll do my best. I'm gonna wipe my. No, I'm not. You know what? It's
I'll
my turn.
allow it. I'll allow
It's my turn. I'm taking her tape.
Taking her cloak and
Yeah. Yeah. All here's.
Help.
Something to remember me by.
You know what, Ezekiel?
I'm gonna laugh like a hearty kind of like sad happy laugh.
a hearty laugh, like overly boisterous to stop the tears.
Yeah.
If I don't laugh this hard, I'm gonna cry.
Hey, Ezekiel?
Yeah.
Uh, I'll remember to sleep first before I bathe, okay?
You little rat.
she
I
she
do
like
not sleep before I bathe.
The rest of you sitting at a table looking over to the and yelling and the antics of Ezekiel and Melody. Persephone, Frederica, Bishop, Azul. As they start yelling about the order in which they sleep and take baths.
I even soap my face first.
yeah, she like puts her finger on the tip of his nose. Yeah, of course you do.
What's that supposed to mean?
And as they
No,
go back and forth
Yeah.
into the evening, the surrounding mess hall, as well as the rest of Arx Bellatorus, moves on, carries on the busy day to day of life within the Rift Wardens, carries on, oblivious to the emotional farewells that are happening. And as you enjoy the rest of the evening together, the night does eventually come to an end. Final words for the time being are shared, final goodbyes said. The next day will come with each of you pursuing your new tasks. Some of you together as the newly christened Kieran group. Some of you with other cards dealt. Regardless, that's where we'll pick up next time.
Oh, me.
And that concludes our broadcast day.
Goodbye, everybody.
Good night.
Good
Good night.
night.
Good night.
So obviously, if you guys, we were going over interactions had, goodbyes said, or whatever. Talk about, if anything, if I did